Holy frick. Okay, hopefully everything. Hi. Hi. Frickin' YouTube being so frickin' weird. Like, lately it's been weird. I couldn't post my schedule unless I did it through my phone. I had to do some other random things. Because YouTube's being weird. And I'm like, golly gee, YouTube. Can we, not? Today? That would be nice. So yes, that's why I'm late. Hopefully the music's not too loud for you guys. Is there an exam in the end? No. There's not. But yeah, hopefully the music's not too loud. This is my first time attempting it. YouTube has completely glitched out my OBS. How long? There's 301 slides, so we're gonna get started now. But yes, I literally have the freaking close thing from... I wonder if I do this, will that go away? Nope, it doesn't. I just have a close thing now on my OBS from Google Docs. So, that's here now. Okay. Yes, this is probably gonna be chapters 1 and 2. Depending. If we get through all of this, I'll be impressed. Frostbird, if possible, on screen. You'll get Frostbird at chapter 2. You'll be fine. Okay? Alright. So. Deltarune. This thing that took so long. There we go. So, as you can tell, I was busy. I was very busy. I was so busy, it was ridiculous. I made a freaking... Why is this? I need to fix this again. I made a relationship chart for all the chapters. I am not kidding. I went a little crazy. I'm sorry. Holy guacamole. Anyway. Yes, hello, Paul. Hello. So... all I'm gonna talk about, so this is I'm gonna start simply, okay? So you have Lightners and Darkners. This is the Lightners relationship chart. The Lightners are the equivalent of me and you guys just living on Earth and all that stuff. So yeah, that's the simplest way. Sorry that there's random noise. So that's how that works. So we're gonna start with our main character. This is Chris. Chris is the main character, the one the player uses to go throughout the world. They are the youngest sibling of the Dreamers. We have Asgore and Toriel. See you for have fun, y'all. We'll see you later, Leo. You guys covering that? Nope. Weirdly enough, you're not covering anything for once. Good job, guys. So, Asgore and Toriel were married, and they had their oldest child, Azriel. They, at one point, adopted Chris, and they're the only human in Hometown. That is literally the name of the town. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to do one more thing. I'm going to add it. Give me a second. There. Okay, there, that's fixed. Alright, there, you got that. You guys happy now? Okay, there. That is not a character that is canonical in here. Let's not even get with that logic, okay? Alright. Anyway, so Asgore and Toriel got married at some point, had Asriel adopt Chris. At some point before the points of the game, Toriel and Asgore have an argument, and this argument continues for days. And so then they divorce. And so, assumingly, they have split custody. If you have questions, put it in the question thing, because like I said, we have so much to get through. I will answer everything in the question thing, because there's only this plus 3 more slides, and I'll answer all questions related to pre-game stuff. All you have to worry about simply is they adopted Chris. They adopted Chris. Chris is an adopted child. Anyway, you have the rest of the townsfolk. So Asgore is friends with Undying. Undying is the current police chief. And the two know each other because Asgore used to be the police chief until an accident happened. So he is now an ex-cop. What? This is their child, is it not? That is how the chart works. It shows that this is their child. So, from Undying and Alphys. Alphys is the teacher of the school. Well, at least for the older kids in the town. And her students are Susie, Chris, Birdley, Noelle, and a couple others in the town. Alphys and Undying seem to have crushes on each other. They're not considered dating yet at this point in time. But maybe in the future? Who knows? So, going to Susie. Susie is friends with Chris through the point of the story. And then, for some reason, Susie is like a love magnet. Because Noelle, who is Chris's childhood friend, has a crush on Susie. And Noelle's friend Birdley also has a crush on Susie. Don't ask me how, but they are. Then you have the Holidays, who have been neighbors to the Dreamers for as long as they can remember. You have Carol the mom, Rudy, or Rudolph the dad, Des the oldest, and then Noelle the youngest. And then you have Sans, who's recently moved to town, who has become Toriel's close friend. And Toriel is friends with Alphys because teacher. And then we have the Deltarune, or the player, who we don't really know what their relationship is to Chris. Hopefully in Chapter 5 we'll figure it out. Eventually. Hopefully. Alright. So, to get into everything else, there's a lot of before game stuff. So, Chris was adopted by the Dreamers when they were very young, and is the only human in the place called Hometown. And as they were growing, they were seeing their older brother, Asriel's horns grow, so decided to ask, oh, when is my horns gonna grow in? So, Asgore and Toriel decided to buy them a red headband. And Chris wore that for months, because it made them feel like they belong. Covers the chart guide. Only a little bit. Not that much. But yeah. Asgore, golly. Asriel and Chris got along very well and were very close. I love Asgore. Yeah, no, Asgore's not the sibling. At least I hope not. I don't want to know how that works. So, the Dreamer siblings, Azriel and Chris, would hang out with their next door neighbors, the Holidays children, which are Des and Noelle. Yeah, I know, it's like, let me reword myself, because Azriel and Asgore, it's like, oh my gosh, brain. So, the four of them hung out together a lot. Like, a lot. And every day, and then someday, how long ago, we don't really know, Des just disappeared. No one knows where she went. No one knows where she was going. She's just gone. And because of this, it somehow put a strain on Chris and Noelle's relationship as friends, so they distanced themselves from each other. And I love that there's extra space and I can see it. Anyway, so after Des disappeared, Toriel and Asgore start arguing. Constantly. Every day. So, after a long years of arguing, they finally divorce. So, during that time, Azriel would take their sibling off to the local diner to get some hot chocolate, just so they could get out of this tense environment. And the sad thing is that that diner is where the family would go to every day after church and have breakfast together. Now, only the two siblings were the one to ever go to the diner anymore. Yes, in a local diner. It's Chris's favorite. So, obviously, the divorce happened, and Azriel and Chris live with Toriel majority of the time. Toriel graduates high school and goes off to college, and Chris is all by themselves. And Chris is constantly checking the calendar, constantly waiting for vacation time for Azriel from college to come home. Constantly checking. So yes, is there any questions about pre-game stuff? Really? Natural, that's the first question you ask when you come back? It's, what's 9 plus 10? 19. Is Chris legally a dreamer? Yes. Chris was adopted by both Asgore and Toriel, so they are literally... If you're talking about -1, if we're gonna be pedantic now, it's not 21. We're not doing this right now. But yes, legally, Chris is adopted by the Dreamers. Who's your favorite one from their family? Who do you mean specifically? Do you mean the Dreamers? Do you mean the Holidays? You look like Toriel in her Deltarune outfit. That's a compliment. Even no math. What do you mean? It is not 21. You said... I said Azriel. Why serve hot chocolate in a diner? As an option? The Dreamers? For the Dreamers... Well, we don't know... Well, we actually know a lot about Azriel, even though he's not currently around. And he seems like a nice guy. Everyone likes him. He cares about his sibling, loves his family, dedicated to his church. Gets all the frickin' ladies. He seems like a nice guy, and I'm very curious to see where he goes. So I guess maybe he's my favorite. Alright. That's all those for now. Let me get this. And then, boop, boop. That's done. Can Azriel get in? What do you mean, get in what? She's blonde, I will actually cry a lot. We don't have those in our diners. I don't know, that is what the game has literally had. Alright, put that there, put that there, put this here. There we go. Alright. So, we're finally gonna go on to frickin' chapter 1. Oh, the rabbit, she's blood. What do you mean? Anyway, so here's the funny thing that I will ask you guys. Which chapter do you think took the longest time for me to put slides for? Because there was one chapter that is longer than the frickin' all of them. And it was like, oh my gosh, it never ends. You said Toriel graduates and goes to college. You say 3. Fine, then if somehow, even though I did not, Azriel graduated high school and Azriel went to college. First seems like the obvious answer, the first one. 2. Paul got it. It was 2. 2 took the longest for me to freaking finish. I kid you not, it was 2. It was the second one. Followed by, was it 1? So that's all 1. Yes, Snowgrave, but just the general path was so much freaking longer. I think second is chapter 1, and then 3, no, then 4, then 3. Not sure I should be proud. I am just saying that's how it is. Anyway, so chapter 1, called The Beginning. Okay. So, I'm gonna make this as simple as possible. I'm only gonna talk about chapter 1 characters. I just did not want to remake the frickin' relationship chart. So, these are all the characters that are in chapters 1 and 2. You will see it again once we're done. But all you need to know is the main characters are Chris, Rouse, Susie, technically Noelle, and the Deltarune. First chapter, a lot of more than people remember. Alright, so you open the game, fresh new file, it opens, and there's just darkness, complete black screen. And then a voice is talking to the player, and they're told to make choices. They are to create a character. Yes, Susie does. I told you. Everything. A very, very interesting choice, yes. So they make a character, put all these, like, philosophical meanings into it, and they're asked, oh, do you confirm these choices? You say yes, and then, I kid you not, this voice just throws it away. He goes, nope, you don't get a choice in this world. Yes, Val? What's a choice? You made one just now. To literally type that message, so that is a choice. Is an active decision a living being makes. Good question. But yes, the voice says, you don't get to choose who you are in this world. And then, we wake up as Chris. Yes, paper. I am 2 slides into chapter 1. No one's gonna let me finish this freaking... You wonder why it took me 4 hours last time. Do you actually think we do make choices, everything foretold by fate? I think there is... I think it's a mix of both. We'll find out. What's something else of us? Later, guys. Post up a Q&A. One might need a third one. Golly. I don't want a third one. It'll never end. So, we wake up as Chris, and they're... Oh my gosh, guys, please. So, we wake up as Chris, and their mother, Toriel, is telling them it's time to get ready for school. So, Chris gets up, and gets dressed, and then goes to meet their mother at the car. And they drive off to school. You see the whole town, familiar faces if you know Undertale, and some faces we've never seen before. and they both make it to school, which weirdly enough, I'm guessing because Toriel teaches younger kids, that she's not technically late, but Chris is late. So you're just kind of like, okay, so Chris is late for class, but I guess Toriel isn't. Let's see, how am I? Okay, I'm only blocking a little bit. Thank freaking goodness. Okay. So, Alphys, who is Chris's teacher, is talking about the class project when Chris walks in the door. And they're like, oh, Chris, you made it. Hi, Birdly. Yes, Birdly, I think you're important, Birdly. So, Alphys explains, oh, we're doing a group project. Please find someone to pair up with. And then... But everyone is paired up. Asks Tammy. Tammy's paired up with the boiled egg. Ask Monster Kid. Monster Kid paired up with... I do not remember the kid's name. But it is one that is a snowflake. Point is, everyone's paired up. So then... Chris goes up to Noelle. Snowdrake, it is Snowdrake. Okay, Snowdrake is paired up with Monster Kid. So, Chris asks Noelle, you know, their childhood friend that they haven't really interacted with that much. And she's like, oh, you couldn't find a partner, Chris? Okay, let me ask the teacher. She goes to ask Alphys, hey, can we have like a group of 3? And then Birdly goes, no. And tells her, shush, be quiet, we're just fine as a pair of 2. And before Noelle can speak up again about everything, the door slams open. And a purple dinosaur monster, named Susie, comes in the door and changes everyone's lives forever. I think the internet as well. And she's a known troublemaker in the school. So even the teacher and all the students go silent. Just completely dead silent. So then Alphys is like, oh, hi, Susie. You and Chris are partners. So, Chris has now been paired with the school troublemaker. And then Alphys goes to turn around and write, you know, the assignment on the board. But then she can't find any chalk. She's going around, excuse me, where's me chalk? It's gone missing 3 times now. Where is it? You gave her? No, I do not. What are you? Oh, that's just me. So, Noelle pipes up and says, oh, there should be some more chalk in the supply closet. And she's like, oh, I can go with Susie to go get it. Oh my gosh, it's not, yeah, you have a clip, but you better have the context. So, holy moly. Alphys doesn't hear Noelle and puts Chris to say, hey, go with Susie. You're her, school project partner. So it's your responsibility to make sure she gets the chalk back. So it's like, okay. Chris walks out the door, looks to their left, and goes, oh. Because there's Susie munching on some chalk. You're like, oh, that's where it would. And then Susie looks and is like, you saw me. And she slams Chris against the frickin' lockers and says that she's going to make sure that Chris doesn't say anything by eating their face. My God. Guys, please. It only happened because my internet decided to die. There. But Susie decides, no, I'm not gonna do it. Toriel's too nice. I'm not going to make her bury her own child. And says for Chris to hurry up and not slow her down. So, Susie drops them to the floor and then walks away. Chris pulls themselves off the ground and heads to the supply closet where Susie is. And Susie opens the door. And instead of, regular darkness as you would expect, there is just pulsating darkness coming out of the supply closet. By the way, Chris right here, this is me right now when it comes to you guys sometimes. This is just me. I love this thing. So, Susie looks at the supply closet and is like, what in the world am I looking at? And Chris is backing up very slowly, like, what is going on? Yes, paper. Yes, paper. Oh my gosh. So, Susie pushes Chris to come with her because she's not scared and says, fine, I'll do it. We're gonna go in together. So then, they go into the room, and it's very dark and they can't find a light switch. So they're just feeling around to try to find something. Yes, Val? Yes. It will never end. It will never end. It will never, never, never end. We're gonna be stuck here for 10 hours, and it still wouldn't be done. And a question. What the frick? Why did I write it like this? Question can we put into the questionnaire? As many as you want, but they have to be related to what I'm talking about. No, it is not. Anyway. So they're wandering around. They can't find anything. So Susie's like, forget it. We could just tell Elvis we didn't find it. So they go to leave. But the door's locked. Related to what I am talking about. Pull, please. How long is the exam? As long as we're gonna be stuck here, I guess. So the longer we're here, I guess, and the longer an exam is gonna be. There's no exam, but obviously this feels like one. Alright. Wasn't keeping notes. So, the door's locked. It will close. I don't even know if the supply closet can even lock. But the two go to the door. Susie tries to open the door, and it won't open. She's banging on the door asking if anyone's out there. There's no one there. So they're freaking screwed. And they're like, who the heck played this prank? And all of a sudden, the floor starts to shake. And because it's so dark, all they see is these papers that are on the floor fall one by one. And they back up until they are literally backed into a corner and then fall into who knows what. So, Chris wakes up in an area that just looks like chalk. There's chalk dust, the ground looks like chalk, everything looks like chalk. Exam after a PowerPoint stream. Oh my gosh, you want me to do a PowerPoint plus an exam? You're silly. How did you... How... Paper. How? Goodness. So. Yes, what the frick. So. Not gonna lie, so would I. Oh my goodness. So. Chris looks down at their outfit, and it's a night-looking outfit, completely different to what they were wearing when they went to school. They go wandering around this weird area. Why would you do that? Stop. Don't do that. So, they wander around for a while until they find this, like, pile of chalk dust, and they go to remove it out of their way, and there pops out Susie. And Susie immediately decides to blame Chris for their predicament, and it's like, fine, you lead the way. And follows behind Chris until, I kid you not, like 5 steps. It's like, you're too slow, so I'm just gonna run ahead. And then she disappears somewhere ahead of Chris. So Chris just continues forward by themselves. At some point, Chris finally catches up to where Susie is, and Susie's like, hey, there looks like there's someone up on top of that very, 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 very tall column. And it looks like they're waving at us. And yes, the figure looks like it's waving. But then, a bunch of spades start freaking shooting down from above at them. If I make the exam. I don't know why you would want to make it well, you're a teacher, what am I talking about? My goodness. Will you make it? I don't know why you guys don't like school and you want me to make an exam. Why are you guys like this? Anyway. They keep running and dodging away from all of these... Golly, I almost said spheres. Spades. So once they get to the end of this corridor, and there's nowhere else to run, except for down. So Susie is like, we need to jump down the slope. And they jump down the slope, and the spades keep chasing them. You swear you won't make the answer C? So then, after a long, and I mean long, frickin' slope, they finally make it to the bottom, and they seem to have escaped this shadow individual. 6 cruel hours of our lives. What in the world? You guys are so silly. Alright. So, they come upon a town that is completely deserted. There's nobody around. But there's buildings. And they just decide, oh, there's a castle. Maybe there'll be someone there that can help us. So, they get into the castle courtyard, and a figure in a robe approaches them. And greets them by name. And is saying that the two, Chris and Susie, are 2 beings from the light world that are going to fulfill a prophecy. And they just got here. So, what's this prophecy? So the prophecy is that light and darkness always lived in harmony and in balance. But if balance is to be unbalanced or shifted, golly, to be shifted, horrible consequences would happen. AKA the end of the world. So, when this catastrophe of shifting balances occurs, 3 heroes will surface. A prince from the dark, a monster, and a human, who will be able to seal the fountains of darkness and save the world! And after this figure finishes this telling of the prophecy, he talks about a new fountain being brought into reality that isn't the fountain in the castle that's behind him, that's throwing off balance. And so he asks Susie and Chris to go and seal this fountain. And Susie's like, I'm no hero, so why would I be a part of this prophecy? Well, before she leaves, the hooded figure gets, flattened, kicked, run over by a bike. And it is a Spade boy on a bike, and he introduces himself as Lancer. And a bad guy. So, Chris and Susie get into combat with Lancer because they literally have no other options in this point. And Chris tries to be a pacifist. Tries to become friends with Lancer. But Susie decides to hit him with her giant axe that she randomly found when she woke up. And even though she tries to hit him, she keeps missing every single time. Every single time she throws a swing, it misses. So this battle goes on for a very, very freaking long time. So, Lancer's bicycle literally runs low on fuel, which I'm guessing it's so it can light on fire. So he just moves on, is like, see you later, bye, and just moves away. So the hooded figure comes back. You know, as I was saying, you guys need to go seal the fountain. And then Susie's like, I want to talk to you. Can you take off your hood? So they're like, okay. My name is Rouse, and I am very fluffy. He looks like a Pokemon. He kind of does. But he's very adorable. That's why merchandise was sold. So, he tells Chris and Susie that the fountain that they need to seal is to the east. So Susie's like, okay, east, that's the way out of here. Okay, see you later, Chris, bye, and runs off. And then the prince joins Chris's party and teaches Chris the rules of this world about being friendly and how to make friends. The image above red is we trust. So, Rouse and Chris go around this card kingdom and make friends of the inhabitants along the way. And as they're walking, they'll see like random signs from Lancer talking about his inner thoughts just because. And it's literally just random facts and thoughts saying, oh, this was written by Lancer. Signed Lancer. Very, very philosophical stuff that the Lancer is thinking about right now. So, at one point, Chris sees Lancer sitting down and goes, what's going on? And he says, oh, Susie beat me up. So she's a little bit far ahead of me. So they continue forward. And they go to through a bunch of puzzles that Chris doesn't really have a problem solving at all. And then Lancer ambushes them with a bunch of different subjects of his. But Chris is able to, through kindness, become friends. And they finally eventually find a puzzle that Rouse and Chris can't solve with just the two of them, because it's a 3-person puzzle. So they walk forward, and they find Susie! You know, after forever ago. It's like, oh, hi, Susie, there you are. And she's, you know, banging on the door trying to open it. And yes, you guys are correct, that is probably how Susie would see things. And Rouse explains to her, hey, we need your help with this puzzle. Do you agree to be in the party to help us, you know, solve this puzzle? Please, 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 please. And she's like, fine. So then she joins the party. And they do the puzzle. A dragon whose tail has yet to grow. She don't have wings. I don't think that's how Susie would think. But yeah, they solve the puzzle, and they end up on a giant checkerboard. She's parting. So, this is gonna be something. So, they're walking along this giant freaking board, and they meet across a little chip. A little checker chip with legs. And I think he's called R-Round, or is it C-Round, one of them. So, they get into combat with this little checker piece, and Chris goes, "Hey, Susie, can you try to give this checker a compliment?" And she's like, "Compliment it? I know how to compliment it with my axe." So, book, she bonks it, and it rolls away. And she thinks, "Ha, look, I did it correctly." Rousey looks at her like, "Oh, okay then." So then they continue forward to this shop, as you see above me, that's literally made from cloth. And they buy items and things that they're gonna need on their journey. And they talk to the shopkeeper, whose name's Seam. So this is Seam. He explains the history of the Darkner world, which is the world that Chris, Susie, and Rousey are traveling through. Well, one dark world, I should say. And talks about how this particular dark world was made. Dragon shedded scales. Yeesh. She used parts of her body to make the axe. How does she do that in her sleep? How does she do that? It's Seam! What do you mean? Anyway. So, Darkners and Lightners lived in harmony, as the legend goes. But Lightners were considered gods, because they're the ones who brought the Darkners to life in the first place. But, for some reason, the Lightners decided to lock everyone up in the dark, and never came back. That's what his name is a pun of. I don't know, it says seam. Like a seam, like a needle that uses to close up a seam. You know? So, the king of this card kingdom was very bitter at being left behind. Seam, I guess. So yeah, King is very upset about this betrayal, and he plans his revenge on the Lightners. So, the funny thing is that this king ruled this kingdom with 3 other kings, because this obvious kingdom is made up of the different card suits. So you have one for hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades. Well, one day, a knight appeared, who's not from this Darkner world, and talked to King, and King decided, I'm gonna be more powerful, and locked the other 3 kings away in the dungeon, and put himself alone at the top of the food chain, and put his son as the prince, which, you know, it's Lancehurst. What a great kingdom decision, right, guys? As he says, it's fate. So, they get through the checkerboard, I almost said chalkboard, avoiding enemies or befriending enemies, and they meet Lancer. And he threatens to turn the group to blood. Like, just turn them into blood. And then he makes an evil laugh with lightning strike. And he puts out a bucket. And then he looks to Susie and goes like, hey, did I do a good job? And she's like, what are you talking to me for? Well, you gave me some critiques. Did I do better? And she thinks it's very stupid for him to even look up to her. But she still decides to give him a few pointers on how to be more scary and evil sounding. So, during the course of the conversation, he asks, oh, hey, do you guys even have, like, a team name? I've never even heard you guys say your team name. like, you need to have a team name. So Lancer gives them paper, pens, and all that, and everyone writes down their suggestion for a team name, and they put it into Lancer's bucket. And after they draw a name from the bucket, because it could be 4 different names, Lancer takes his bucket and walks away laughing. And then they continue down the board, where Lancer stops to say, "Oh yeah, be careful of a very dangerous enemy that's up ahead." But Susie's like, "What could be freaking dangerous?" So, yeah. The, enemy is a checkered piece from before. And Susie's like, "Oh, it's just the checkered piece from before. He's not scary." Susie, you need to learn. Well, for some reason, a crown falls from the heavens frickin' above and lands on the tiny checker's head and, makes him a little buff. So, instead of a tiny little checker piece, it is a big checker piece that could, kick Susie to next Tuesday. So it becomes a giant checker piece, and now it becomes more of a problem. So, Chris and Rousey try to avoid this checker piece's attacks, and pretty much initiates a battle, which the checker piece, for some reason, copies. Susie still is trying to hit this enemy, and obviously it's not doing much damage. After bowing multiple, and I mean multiple times, the crown falls off. So, it de-evolves and then rolls away, never to be seen again. And then they continue to the end of the checkered board. De-evolves. I didn't know how to spell de-evolves. I was like, is it de-evolves? Or would it be devolves? Anyway, so they complete the board, and Lancer's like, "Oh, you guys did that. That's so cool. You guys defeated this enemy." And then Susie's like, "Well, yeah, of course I did. I'm so cool." Well, Rousey, the one who's been the positive one and trying to, say, "Oh, be kind to Susie." You missed the V and de-evolves. So you mean another E? Okay. It didn't correct me, don't ask me why. I love correction spelling. So, Rousey is like, "Susie, you didn't do anything. You made things actually worse. And caused so many more problems that Chris and I had to make up for it." Well, so he doesn't take that too well, especially when Rousey says, "Oh, she doesn't represent positive attributes of a hero." To misspell an author. Then I wouldn't be a living being, would I? It shows you I wrote it myself. So yeah, she didn't take that criticism very well, and she's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna be one of the bad guys then if you think I'm such a bad guy," and joins Lancer. One. So, everyone, even Lancer, is like, "What? You're joining my side?" It's actually de-evolve, spelled de-evolve. What in the world, guys? You guys are silly. Silly. Oh, then put disinfectant on paper, golly. Holy crap, did I not? Oh, wow, I did all of this in one shot. Okay. Alright, so. Paper use fire. I don't think that would help. I think that would make things worse. If they are made of paper. So, Lancer quickly, oh cool, I got a new... Oh my god. Quickly gets a new companion. It's like, oh, that's cool. And then they leave while laughing. And Rousley's like, oh, did I go too far? Should I have not said that to Susie? And Rousley's like, please, Chris, be kind to Susie. Which, I do wonder what you guys think that he meant by that. That's the thing that I never quite understood why he said that. Be kind to her, Chris. So that's very interesting. So the two of them, Rousey and Chris, keep walking along, solving problems like puzzles and making friends until they see Susie again with Lancer. And they show off, oh, their cool introduction. As you can see, isn't it great? And Rousey's like, is that it? Yeah, that's it. We couldn't think of anything else. We were working on this. It's very important. And then they run away. So, a little bit further on, it's like, oh, the two of them, Lancer and Susie are eating from a stump. Because it's full of salsa. So they're having chips and salsa in a stump. And Rousey asks, what are you guys doing? Oh, we got bored. So we're having a snack break. So, you know, they continue through this forest. And the party sees Rousey comments on seeing Susie and Lancer working on a blueprint. Yes, I love chips and salsa. I really do. I just find it funny that why would you put it in a stump? Part of us, what is happening? Golly. So, they're trying to look at this blueprint while Chris is solving a puzzle, and Chris solves the puzzle to open the freaking door. And then Susie goes, oh, it's open! And they take the blueprint and run away. I'm talking about stump salsa. What is stump salsa? I don't think that's hygienic. So, they keep walking, and they see a bake sale going on from all these different card suits. And then they see Susie and Lancer have set up a booth. And then you ask, oh, hey, what are you guys selling? A Lancer cookie? Not Lancer cookies, just one cookie. One cookie. And you're like, okay. So then Chris decides to buy the cookie from them. Because Rousey feels bad. So they buy it, and they go, ha 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 ha, we stole your gold. And then they run away. And then it's like, okay. So Chris and Rousey continue forward, and they see Lancer with a red mustache on. Guys, this is a good disguise, right? This couldn't possibly be Lancer, right? This is just a random little boy. So yeah, Rousey is like, Lancer, why do you have a mustache? But Lancer's like, I'm not Lancer. I'm just a little boy. And Rousey goes, when do little boys have mustaches? Like full-grown mustaches? And the Lancer, not Lancer, says, because it's a disguise. That's his brother. I guess. Didn't know there was two princes in this card kingdom. But I guess there is. So then, the little spade prince literally pulls out a blueprint, you know, the same blueprint from earlier, and is like, hey Chris, can you design, like, a cool tank? No, that was Lancer for him, I don't know why. Yeah. Look at them, they can't be the same person. I have no idea. Who knows? Could be his freaking uncle for all we know. So, Chris finishes the machine design, and Susie for some reason, couldn't just walk, from off the screen. No, she has to, like, come barreling through from a bush to steal it. One has a mustache and one doesn't. And her and Lancer steal it and run away. So, as they continue walking, just before the entrance of a maze, Chris sees Lancer and Susie being fanned. They look like they're at the beach having good old grand time, being fanned by Lancer's subjects. And you just go, okay then. So, Chris and Party go into the frickin' maze, and they see Lancer in there. They're like, oh, how'd you get ahead of us? Okay. So then they follow Lancer for a second, but then it leads to a dead end. So they're like, okay. They back out from the one part of the maze and go the other way, and they continue forward. Lancer keeps appearing, but keeps ending up in dead ends, so they're just like, okay, we're not gonna follow you anymore. And they make it out of the maze, but they only see Susie. No Lancer, just Susie. So, guess where Lancer is? He's lost in the frickin' maze because he can't find his way out. And he literally shouts, "Help, I'm lost in the maze!" So, Susie's like, oh no, Lancer's lost in the maze! He has no sense of direction! And he goes, help, help! So then Susie goes back into the maze to find him. And for some reason, Chris doesn't go back. They just go forward. And somehow, and I really don't know how this worked, Lancer and Susie get ahead of Chris and Ralsei and are like, well, we've run out of options, so let's just fight. Just climb up the maze. I don't think Lancer thought that through. So, let's just fight. Oh, us? No, we have a tank. They show the tank, which, is literally the rubber ducky that Chris made. And then it explodes. Because it was so poorly made. And I guess we'll just actually fight now. So then they enter combat. So, during the fight, Chris and Ralsei convince Lancer that we don't need to fight. Why did I put pursue Lancer? So then they all realize we could just be friends, so they become friends. So hard that when they release, Lancer propelled a max 66 and is aimed directly at the dart fountain, which makes it implode. And hooray, day is saved. I think more it would just make Lancer fly upwards more than anything else. That is a funny thought. But yeah, Susie rejoins the party, Lancer accompanies them. They didn't think of that first? I don't think so. So they're walking along all happy, but then Lancer starts slowing down. His smile is dropping from his face. And he realizes, oh, they're getting close to the castle where my dad is. And my dad doesn't like Lightners. And they're gonna kill my dad. So then he runs off and says, I'm sorry. Runs off. So, Chris and the rest of the party chase after Lancer, who gets into the castle and locks the gates. And then the party gets ambushed. And then they get put into the dungeon. For apparently an eternity. In Lancer's words, by the way. So, Susie, I don't know if she burst through the door or what, but she somehow gets out of her cell. And she comes across Lancer and is like, wants to know why he betrayed them. And then she hears him say to one of the guards, keep them there. Don't kill them. Just keep them there for an eternity. And she's like, Lancer, what are you doing? I thought we were friends. Why did you betray us? And he doesn't say anything. And Susie is really hurt by this. Someone that she considered a friend lied to her. Let alone betrayed her. So then she decides to get revenge, but then she just can't hit him. She can't hit Lancer. And he can't hit her. And realize, oh, we're at a stalemate because they see each other as friends and don't want to harm each other. And Lancer finally confesses to Susie, I like you, Chris, and the others being friends with me, but I don't want my dad to get hurt. Especially by the friends that I just made. Or my friends being hurt by my dad. So Susie stops, thinks about it, and is like, Lancer, I promise, we will not hurt your dad. We will not fight your dad. We'll try to become friends with them. And that makes Lancer very happy. So then, Susie tells Lancer, hey, maybe you should go talk to your dad. Maybe you can convince him before we even get up there to avoid a conflict. And he's like, okay. So then he barrels off towards the top of the castle. So, Susie searches through the dungeons and finally finds Chris and Rouse and sees Chris in the corner of the frickin' cell eating moss. Because for some reason that is Chris's favorite food. Don't ask me why, but it is. And they escape together from the dungeons. So they're wandering this castle, which has like 4 floors. Technically 5? Maybe it's 6. There's a lot of floors in this gosh darn castle. And they wander until they get into a room. It's literally just a room with a box. And they're like, huh, that's weird. And all of a sudden, spikes block them from leaving. And they're like, what? And then pops out, hello. So then, I don't know what to call him. He's called the Duke of Puzzles. Hi, Matthew. So this guy named Rolex Card pops up from the side and is like, I am the great Rolex Card, your greatest adversary. And he is like, I'm the best puzzle maker. Just rules card? I don't know. This is the second time. My gosh, pronounce rules. Why would it be rules? There's no E. Does card make you feel better? Shh, I appreciate you so much. Thanks. Hey, they're never said out loud, so I would literally have to listen to one of them say, isn't it just Paris? Called a rules card, that's what he is. What is a rules card? What is a rules card? I don't know what that means. So my goodness. I literally think of him as Rolex. I don't know, like roulette. Because he literally is like a roulette. You're losing your mind over this. He literally is a man who goes thou and this and that. Why are you getting that upset? This is what you expected, right? What did you expect? Anything else? Anyway, so the Duke of Puzzles is like, I have a very difficult puzzle before you, and you can't leave the room until you have this freaking puzzle fixed. He said himself, it is pronounced rules. Is it? It's been so long since I have played Chapter 1. You have no idea. I've been literally looking at playthroughs of this game so many times over. I don't remember that part at all. He probably says it, and I'm, like I said, sorry, I don't remember. I can't believe you didn't even notice when I played it during stream. He said Chapter 2, but yeah. It's fine, he doesn't deserve the respect. So, wow. Anyway. Rules card. Okay. He's like, oh, this is a very difficult puzzle and you can't... Whoop. I hit my hand. Whoops. He goes, oh, it's a difficult puzzle. You'll never escape this room. Ha 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 ha. Chris then walks to the box. And he pushed... and they push it. One square. And the spikes disappear. They win! And, the Duke of Puzzles is silent. And then runs away. So, the party continues forward up to the next frickin' floor. And they find another room. With another box. They're like, huh, it's another box. Weird, and I don't know why they didn't learn the first time. But they walk in there. And guess what happens? Spikes pop up at the doorway. And the Duke of Puzzles descends from above. It is like, I have an even harder puzzle for you guys. And you have a box, a space, and then where the button is to open the door. So then Chris walks to the box, pushes it twice. It opens the mechanism that releases the freaking spikes. And the Duke goes, oh, this was not my final puzzle. I have an even more difficult puzzle. And Rousley goes, so can we see it? No. And he runs away. So they finally make it to the top floor of this castle. And they see the Duke again. This time he's got his own freaking shop that he set up. And when you ask him, he's from Pillar of Light. Every time he shows up, which the light has a very similar animation to that of when Chris seals a fountain, which is super duper bright. I think that's just because he literally has a bunch of sparkles. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I think he just drenches himself in sparkles that goes away. And they ask him, hey, why did you have a shop? And he's like, oh, you know, I need money for plans and revenge. And you're like, a revenge? Against who? Oh, nobody, just some heroes that defeated my puzzles multiple times. You know, nobody. He probably does. It's what I would think he would. It would be something he would have. So then, they're like, okay, so they continue forward. And guess who shows up for the fourth time? The fourth time! It's the Duke of Puzzles again! And you're like, hey, Card, didn't you learn the last 3 times? And he goes, no. So he has a remote control of, I kid you not, the checker piece from way earlier. You know, the thing that kicked Susie's butt before? Yeah, that one. But it's a remote control crown. And he's controlling this poor little checker piece to do as he says. And Rousey says that the poor checker piece is in pain. In pain from this crown. So they go to save this checker piece by doing the same performance as before, which is bowing over and over and over again, which then the checker piece bows over and over again, and then the crown falls off, and then it rolls away to freedom. And now the Duke, being cornered with no other options, goes, oh, I was just joking, guys, it's just a test. You know, so that you can be ready against the king. I'm still on your side. Go get him, chums. And then runs away. And then we don't see him again for the rest of the chapter. And so, after they defeat him, the Duke of Puzzles, they go in the elevator and they look and they see a button. And this button has question mark on it. I'm not gonna lie, this is a joke. So they see a button. And Chris being Chris, pushes the button, goes boop. And they descend further than the dungeons. And when the elevator opens, they're in this very, very dark room. Only lit by candlelight. And then they walk down this very long hallway. And stairs, and hallway, and stairs. And they see a locked door. And, they look inside and they hear a voice. And he calls himself a jester named Jevil. And he's like, I'm more free than anybody else is outside of this prison. I am free in this prison. But he's sad and lonely. So he would like to have some friends to play with. So he's like, please, can you talk to Seam? He'll give you a secret so that we can play. So Chris and gang freaking walks all the way back to where Seam's shop is and goes, hey Seam, how you doing? We met this guy named Jevil and he says he knows you. And then Seam goes, oh yeah, I remember him. I used to be a magician for King back in the day. And Jevil and I were friends because he was the court jester, and we got along. Well, one day, Jevil started to change. Because he met someone very strange. After he met a strange person, Jevil went to the king and talked about the fountains. Which the king was like, oh, this can help me get revenge. So then Jevil makes a meeting between the king and the knight to help him grow more powerful. They used to smooch. They might. I have no idea. But after the fountain gets put in place, the other kings are locked away and everything has changed in this card kingdom. The jester starts being even weirder than normal. He starts talking about, oh, everything's a game, we're just pawns in it, we're just chess pieces, we're a small thing in the grand scheme of things. And obviously, King, who wants to be the most powerful and take revenge, doesn't really like that comment. So he ends up being imprisoned down in the deep, deep, dark basement by himself. So, that's why Jevil ends up in the basement. So, after we listen to the story, Seam gives Chris a piece of a key, I should say. And there's 3 pieces to this key. And he gives a hint about where the next one is. So, the hero's party goes around, finds the other pieces, and meets a hammer darkener, the guy above me, who is able to upgrade things. And he puts the key together. And he talks about a warning when he re-puts this key together and says that there's some dark magic coming from this thing, you guys better be careful. And Chris and party decide, oh, we're gonna ignore that warning. Waddles their way back to the castle, goes into the basement with the 3 question marks, puts the key in the lock, and opens the door, and walks inside. So once they enter, Jevil is like, we can finally play a game. And then they start a very, very difficult combat that took many hours to accomplish. And Chris and the others are able to put Jevil to sleep. From different variations that make him sleepy, like talking about something that's very sleepy, doing tired actions, things like that. And once Jevil becomes so tired he can't play anymore, he questions Chris and everyone in the party's abilities to even stop the night in the first place. So he gives Chris some armor, and then goes to sleep. But it was fun. Yeah. It's very funny. Jebel is probably one of the easiest frickin' boss fights. Which makes me sad. So, after Chris gets the armor, the party descends up to the top of the castle. And they see Lancer. Lancer's talking with his dad, being like, hey, the Lightners and the other Dark Prince are very nice. They're my friends. We don't have to fight. And King looks at his son and says, they've poisoned your mind with all of these drivel things. The one that was actually the underworld I wanted to throw my Chromebook. Yeah. Chapter 3's secret boss sucks. But I'm eventually gonna have to do it. So yeah. When King sees Chris and the others approach, he gets really, really angry at Lancer. And it's like, you couldn't even do one job correctly. And he grabs his son by the throat and starts crushing his throat. The boss was somewhat more fun than the actual secret boss. So, Susie goes and says, let him down. Let him go. And King smiles and is like, oh, I can let him go. Off the edge. I'll let him go off the edge if you guys don't drop your weapons and bow. So, with no other option, and worrying about Lancer's safety, Chris and the others drop their weapons. And they kneel. King is laughing and reveling in all this power of his. But he gets too cocky. Well, everyone knows that now, but no one knew at the time. Well, King gets hit by one of Lancer's spade attacks. And Lancer runs away. King is going to go chase after him until Susie freaking blocks him with her axe and is saying, you're not going after him. So then, he's like, fine, then I'll fight you myself. And then they start a combat. Chris tries to reason with the king, but the king is not listening to anything that Chris and the others say to him at all. Nothing. Nothing is getting through to him. And this fight drags on for a while. Until suddenly King decides, I'm done. I'm tired. I haven't fought in a while. I give up. You guys win. And for some reason the group believes him. So they put their weapons away. And King is like, you know, you're right, friendship is a good thing, and da 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 da. But then he falls forward and says, ugh. And they ask what's wrong. Oh, I haven't fought in a while, so my body's not used to it. I feel a little faint. So Rouse, being the kind-hearted individual that he is, heals King. And, King, all of a sudden, gets back up and slams all the heroes down. And then hits Chris again. And is about to finish Chris off. When guess who comes along but Lancer? Because he hears boom, 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 boom. So all of the citizens of Card Town, of the Card Kingdom, you know, they wanted to be respected. King didn't really respect them. Lancer does, so they're like, you're being overthrown. So Lancer's now king. And as Lancer says, I'm the new dad now, so Dad, you gotta go in timeout. So all the subjects literally lift King up and take him to be put into a cage. And Lancer's now king. Think about that. Lancer's the king. Be afraid. So, Chris and Susie interact with everyone before they leave for the day. He's gonna splat everything. Maybe. We have no idea. Lancer's a silly, silly, silly Billy. So yeah, they say goodbye to everyone and they go and seal the fountain. Well, Chris and Susie wake up and they're back in school. But they're in the empty classroom and it's sunset. He'd make a fun king that's better than his dad. That is true. I'm just saying, I don't know if I could trust Lancer to run a country. That would be something I don't know if I'd trust. So yeah, Susie looks at Chris and is like, hey, do you think we could come back here again tomorrow? And they promise to see each other again tomorrow to see if this adventure of theirs was just a dream. So, Chris goes to leave the school, and he gets a call on his, Chris goes to leave the school when they get a call on their phone. They pick up the phone, and it's Torio, their mother. And she's like, where the heck are you, Chris? I haven't been able to find you all day. And then Chris tells her, you're spending time with a friend? And she's in complete shock by this, so that tells you a lot. Chris doesn't really have any friends. And she thinks about this, and she's like, I'll let you stay out a little longer, Chris, because you were hanging out with a friend. But when you get home, you're going straight to bed. So Chris is allowed to wander around town for a little bit before heading home. Yeah, it is kind of sad, isn't it? And Chris only made friends because of this world. So, this little human goes walking around talking to everybody. From Undying to the new neighbor Sans, who's opening up a restaurant at some point. Gets that lenient when you mention a friend. Yeah, it is. It is. Well, as I said before, Chris was really close with their brother. And when their brother left, I think they lost their only friend. So yeah, it's a little sad. But I can relate to Chris in that instance. So yeah. Yes, paper? But yeah, at one point, I don't think Papyrus is the Roaring Knight. I will say that. I don't think that is the case. So, Chris goes to the hospital and knocks on one of the hospital rooms and visits his neighbor, Rudy, who is Noelle's dad, who's in the hospital for some type of illness. You know how Smallrin? Yes, and Moonshine, so there you go. I got more now. So, Rudy talks with Chris, is like, oh, you usually don't come to visit. What's going on? So they talk a little bit, and then he asks Noelle to be, for Chris to just watch out for Noelle to make sure that she's safe, because he can't at the moment because he's sick. So then Chris finally goes home, and Torios goes, oh, welcome home. I made some pie that you could have before you go to bed. But I guess Chris is too tired, so they just go to bed for the night. And that's where you think things would end. But it doesn't. Night falls, and in the middle of the night, Chris is tossing and turning back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then finally, they fly out of their bed and land face first onto the floor. I hope they didn't get rug burn. And they get themselves up, and then they shove their hand into their chest and rip out a red heart, which I don't think is their actual heart. But it's the red heart that the player uses throughout the game. Chris limps over to this little bird cage right here and throws the heart in and locks the door of that little bird cage. And Chris goes into the middle of the room, pulls out a knife that apparently they have, and then looks at the camera, smiling. And then the screen goes black. And that's the end of chapter 1. We finished chapter 1, everybody. Alright. Let's see what crazy questions I have to worry about. Alright. Do you think the universe has a will? If you mean in the Deltarune universe? Maybe. I don't know. If the voice is supposed to be Gaster. Man, this program for survey was really interesting. So yeah, pretty much, it's possible. If the voice is the universe, maybe, but I don't know. It's very, very interesting. Not sure if you know this or already pulled for sure, but her banner ends in like 17 hours. I don't think I am pulling for that character. I think I'm waiting for a different character. Let's see. What is your favorite song, and why is your favorite song I Talk to the Wind by King Crimson? I have never listened to that one, but I'm assuming it is also a very long song. But I'm glad you like that paper. Who do you think has the funniest fate, the way they live now in the new universe? I think Bratty and Catty have the funniest fates. Because they were best friends in the Undertale universe. Now they hate each other and think they're copying each other. It's like, what the frick do you mean? It's 6 minutes, not that long, but it's calming and really cool. Oh, Deltarune song. Oh, that's a good question. At least from the top of my head, I remember Jevel's Chaos one. I really like that one. I'm trying to think, what other one do I like? Off the top of my head. Yeah, it would probably be Jevel's, and then obviously Big Shot. Spamton's song is a really good one too. Those are so freaking difficult. Those are the ones I can think of the top of my head that I remember. Guardians is really cool too. Let's see. But yeah, like I said, Bratty and Catty hating each other and think they're copying each other. Minus Cyberworld, it reminds me of when I first discovered it. Yeah, I think that is good too. Oh, I guess chapter 4's like the theme when you go into like the church, Dark World, that's pretty good. If it's not a boss fight one that you wanted. I don't know the name of it, but I really like that one. Do you think that Susie looks better with her hair covering her eyes or with them showing? I think with them showing, because you actually get to see her expressions. Because the developers actually use her expressions a lot to convey what she's doing, more than just her hand gestures. Which I think is really cool. Third Sanctuary was nice. Yeah. Oh yeah, but the one... It's great as well. Well, with the chair epic. Would you want to live in Deltarune? I don't know. I don't know what Chris is cooking up in the future, so I don't know if I would want to live in Deltarune in a place that might go with kablooey. Because I don't know what Chris is up to yet. So I would probably say no. Do you think the song theme motif Don't Forget is just a theme? Just a song that shows up over and over, or something more. So Hope and Dreams is excellent too. Probably remember that one if I listen to it. Some of the names of songs I don't remember as much. I mean, all of the musics are great. That is true. That is very true. I will say my favorite Undertale song is Hopes and Dreams. That will always be my favorite. So don't forget, I think there's more to it. Don't forget, I don't know if it means... Well, if I had to theorize, I think Don't Forget maybe relates to what happened to Des the one night that she disappeared. That's my guess. Because, obviously we'll get to, at one point in the 4th chapter, Chris is told to don't forget your promise. So something happened when Des disappeared. Ezreal Fright from the 10th anniversary made me cry. Yeah. I have to watch that stuff. I watched some of the 10th anniversary stuff, but yeah. Doesn't the balance between light and dark seem to be in favor of the light already? Well, the balance is not really favorably. They exist, because we'll get into it into chapter 3, where there's more explanations about light and darkness and how imbalanced they technically are. But I can see what you mean by the light being technically favored, since they created the other half. Motif that appears in, like, nearly every song. Yeah, that is true. Do you think Rousey looks better before or after their face is revealed? Oh, that's difficult. I think he's cute either way. I mean, to me, the balance is already in shambles. Yeah, I can see that. But if I'm to take the definition as what Rousey has said, darkners are made from the imaginations of lightners. To begin with, so the balance is that dark can't overtake the light, and light can't overtake the dark. Song, the sound that plays when you seal a fountain, the song when you fight the Titan, something, Guardian, and even the, I don't know, I guess afterwards, after Rousey reveals his face, because you get cute pictures in, like, chapter 2. Like, just the cute little blushies, and just more expressive than he was before. So Chris imagined Rousey? I think that is my guess. Don't forget, it is scary. Why is it called that? It's the Somewhere the Machine Stands was working on in Undertale. Well, we'll find out. We still got 3 chapters to go through. Because there's 7 chapters in this game, so there's a lot left to find out. Who's cooler, dragons or dinos? I think dragons are in... I never really had an affinity for dinosaurs, so I guess dragons, technically. I doubt it has to do with Lightner's imagination, how they think about objects, maybe. Like I said, there'll be a definition that we will get to into chapter 3. I highly doubt Chris thought that the spam email they should be using his TV mouse, so. Oh, do you guys want... I guess I should say this. It's not random rolling night. No. I guess I can tell you this little tidbit of it. Why would Spamton and not be like that? So I will tell you guys this little tidbit of information when I was looking through the wiki and things. We'll get to Queen in a second, obviously in chapter 2. But apparently when Chris and Noelle were younger, Noelle would come over with her laptop, which if you didn't know, Queen is a laptop. And I don't know what King is, but apparently King, as in, you know, Lancer's dad, was made by Chris, and Queen was made by Noelle. Yes, Queen is a laptop. She is a laptop. Like I said, you'll get more stuff as we go along because I literally built this in the way that was written as the game revealed everything. Okay. Does the air crackle with freedom? I don't know. Jev will definitely think so. Go eat food then, Paper. Go eat food. How do you feel when Rules card worms let Tim in chapter 3? I cried like a lot of crying. No, I didn't. I giggled. I thought it was funny. We'll get to that. I think everyone thought it was funny. How old is Chris supposed to be? I think they're 12 and maybe Susie got held back, so she's around 13, 14. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. All I know is that either Chris is in middle school or high school because Azrael is in college. And I don't think they're far in age, so I would think maybe, do you know? No, I do not know who that is. So I don't know. I guess that's not a bad interpretation. I'd say 14, 15, maybe. Chris looks older than Frisk, to be honest. Yeah, I would say so. Definitely older. They have longer legs. As seen over here. Quick unrelated question. Does the current model you're wearing got pants? What color are they? Is this for fan art? Nothing. Yes. Please don't break. No. Pants. Shoes. There you go. I think I'm a little taller now. Whoopsie! We'll be fine. Is Small Run the Roaring Knight? No. Small Run is not the Roaring Knight. I think am I too... I can't be that far from the screen, right? How long did it take for you to do all of this? The 2 streams? What, you mean how long this PowerPoint took me? Well, I didn't work on it every single day, so it really just depended. Was it this? Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm just getting confused. Yeah. If we talk about this, I would probably, if I combined all the work, it would be about... Let me think about this. Maybe 10 hours in total? Because I had to write the thing and then put the PowerPoint together. Boo. Stop it. Stop. Maybe 10 hours, maybe more. If you talk about how long it took in, like... it takes about a month, usually. Or 3 weeks. For me to... takes me at least a month to get through everything. That's why it's like maybe once a month. Finally one went through. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're on to chapter 2. Called the Cyber World. 10 hours. It might have been less. Or more. I don't know. I had to write the gosh darn thing. Then I had to make the PowerPoint. And it took me about... took me maybe 2 weeks to write the outline. Sorry, I'm getting some holes for my throat. And then it took me a week. Feels like you work full-time for us. Well, I want it to be good, so you know, I'm going to do my very freaking best. If I'm gonna work on something. But yeah, so we're going to chapter 2 now. A Cyber's World. Now you guys get to deal with my pain. Okay, so I'm going to actually explain this now. Who would have thunk I am going to actually explain this? Okay. So, Chris and Noelle are childhood friends. Noelle is in love with Susie. Birdley is in love with Susie. Birdley also has a crush on Noelle. I don't know if he currently has a crush now or not. Birdley, the class nerd slash friend of Noelle, has a crush on Queen. Queen and Spampton don't get along. Spampton and Chris become friends. What the Deltarune and Chris relationship is, I would say it would be strained, but I don't know exactly what to call it. Queen and King know each other. We don't know how, but they do know each other. Because they know them by names. Like I said, the only thing that we know of is that Chris and Noelle created Queen and King. So I think that's the only reason they interacted with each other. Yes, they are friends. King has Lancer, his son. But then Lancer also has Lesser Dad, which is Rule's card. That he specifically calls Lesser Dad. These two are not a couple. Just for some I think he is the equivalent of a babysitter. Or second dad to Lancer. Susie is very close friends with Lancer and is also friends with Chris and Rouse. Rouse despises the night. How this works, we'll get into at one point. So yeah, and then you have Seam and Jevil who are friends. And these blue things is the ones who worked under King. The Smileys are ones who have friendly relationships. This is dislikes each other. This is crush or lovers. And the moon is the ones who worked under the night. Well, that's why there's an arrow that points to Spampton thinks Chris is a friend. It's a one-way thing, just like how Birdley has a one-way affection for Susie. So yeah. There's that. Alright. So, obviously, we left off with Chris, wielding a knife in the night. One's for him, but when he gets close with his needle form, there's still strings attached. But yeah. So. Holy moly. Toriel calls for Chris, wake up, it's time for school. Why do we have to do this again? Wake up, Chris, please. And she's like, oh my gosh. Chris, is that a knife? And she screams. And then she goes, is this your knife in the pie tin? Did you eat all the pie last night? And then she slaps her face. As we all would do, being like, oh, we waited this many years for the second chapter. And the jump scare was, oh, Chris ate some pie in the dark. I guess they didn't want us to have any pie. Okay. Well, Chris gets up and then heads out to meet their mom at the car for school again. And the bird cage at the end of their bed is suspiciously empty and opened. So, Toriel drives Chris to school again. And Chris actually makes it to class. Not on time, but earlier than before. No siblings to blame. I mean, it can't be anyone else, so he's screwed. No sibling to blame. That is true. You mean they're screwed? But yes. Yes. So, Alphys looks over and is like, oh, Chris, you're here again. That's unusual. Well, come on in. So Chris goes and sits down at their desk, and Susie kicks the back of their desk. So the pie is completely reasonable, and it's delicious anyway, so I don't know. It just was like, okay, Chris, we can't have any pie that Toriel made? Okay, you could have just said. So, Susie kicks her desk, which then bumps into Chris's chair, and is like, hey, nice to see ya. Next time, tell me if you're gonna be on late to class so that I can be late too. I wouldn't have gotten here on time if I knew you weren't gonna be here. Because she, for once, actually arrived to school on time. Probably scared Alphys half to death. So, Alphys is like, okay, everyone's here. Let's turn our pages to the next chapter that we're reading in class. And she's like, okay, is there anyone who wants to volunteer to read the next chapter? No one raises their hand. No one says anything. Noelle is like, oh, I'll do it. And then Birdley stands up on top of his desk and says, no, Noelle, don't embarrass yourself. Let me humiliate myself for you. And he starts reading the frickin' chapter very obnoxiously. Hey, friend, do you know the full quote? What full quote? What full quote? Of what? Which quote? There are so many quotes that you could mean. Why are you die I can't English. Why are you dotting? Birdley quote. No, I do not. Oh, that's so cute. Sorry. Cute art. Thank you. Times were pretty bad. Oh, I have, if you want, here's a little small Birdley reprieve. Mediocre times, iffy times, so-so times. There you go. But yeah, so he reads the entire class. Apparently, Chris somehow falls asleep during this. And I'm just kind of like, okay, Chris, how did you sleep during this? I guess you could sleep through anything. But yeah, Chris literally leans forward and completely sleeps through the entirety of class. If you want to, of course. Sure. Just gotta give me a second. A bit of load. 'Cause stuff be weird. Oh, I do need to repost it too. Anyway, let me get it real quick. Deny. Repost. I'll show it real quick. It's not a big deal. It'll be real quick. There you go. Look how cute. And then, it says, no idea, Sanrio read. So I guess this is me as a Sanrio character. It's very cute. I love the star butt for Moonshine. It's very cute. Very, very cute. Not gonna comment. Oh my gosh, why am I being policed? I liked and retweeted. Goodness. So cute. My goodness. Alright, anyway, back to this. Back to the shenanigans that are afoot. Oh, and if you guys are wondering, yes, the close freaking random thing is still on my OBS. It has still not left me. It is here. I wonder if I minimize. Nope, it's just on my screen. I still have it here. It's not even on my OBS, it's just on my general computer that I can't get rid of. So it's been with us for almost 2 hours. Don't ask me why it's here. It won't leave me. Alright, so... Chris wakes up when the bell rings and is like, oh, I fell asleep. And... Professor Alphys asks Chris, hey, I want to talk to you for a minute. Something in Avarice never mentioned again. The pain of spending 3 times as long as others are trying for a turn. Maybe that's just being an artist. So, pretty much, Alphys asks Chris, hey, is everything okay? You and Susie disappeared yesterday and never came back. And she's like, if there's anything wrong if there's anything going on and Susie's being mean to you, please say something. I'll be on your side. Even though, you know, I'm scared of Susie, but I'll try my darndest. But Chris says, you know, oh, everything's okay. But, then she says, oh, you know, have a good evening, and then she leaves for the night. Chris walks out into the hall from the classroom and sees Susie. And goes, hey, Chris. You look like a zombie. You finally woke up. And then she goes over to them and shakes them, going, Chris, did last night actually happen? Is this frickin' real? Did I dream this up? I need to know. Lancer, Rouse, the Dark World, is this all real? What is happening? That is your strange. So then she grabs Chris's hand and rushes towards the supply closet to see if it's real. So people that burn down their creators and think they're a handyman. What the frick? Anyone can be an artist. Golly. You don't have to say you're a professional artist. Anyone can be an artist. Anyway, let's pull ourselves back to the task at hand. Chris and Susie get to the supply closet. They're about to open the door. But then Susie hears someone call her name, so she's like, huh? What now? It's Noelle. And she goes up to Susie and is like, hey, Susie, do you want to work on our school projects together? At the library? And then Noelle's like, oh yeah, Chris can come too, of course, you know, for the project. And then Susie's like, I don't know what I need. We can't come because, we're doing crimes. Me and Chris are gonna be doing crimes. And Noelle goes, oh, okay. What the frick? Golly. Why do you guys have the same mind? So Noelle's like, oh, okay. Well, if you change your mind, the invitation's open for you guys if you decide to change your mind. And then before she leaves, she goes over to Chris and is like, hey, Chris, if you can bring Susie over to the library, I would be very happy. It would make me ecstatic. How do you do it? I don't know. I don't know why. I swear I put leaves, but who knows? And then she walks away and heads to the library. But before she does that, she gives Susie a box of chalk. Not chocolates, chalk. And then runs off. And Susie is like, huh? What? What? Why is she inviting us? And she's like, Noelle was blushing and being like, avoiding my eyesight to my silly vocabulary now. Oh, for the love of Pete. And she's like, maybe she knows about our secret identities in the dark world. No, that couldn't be it. Maybe she's just nervous. For chocolates for Susie. Susie likes chalk. Why do you think Noelle wanted to go to the supply closet with Susie? Because Susie likes eating chalk. But yeah, Susie's like, let's not worry about it. And then her and Chris jump into the dark world again. So, they both do a magical girl transformation into their dark world forms, and they're back in Rousey's kingdom. And Rousey's there to greet them and is like, oh hey guys, you're back. And they do this cute little dance, isn't it cute? Everyone likes chocolate. Well, some people are allergic to chocolate, and some beings don't like chocolate. I know someone who doesn't like chocolate. But yeah, so they go exploring Castletown. And Susie's looking for Lancer, going, Lancer, where are you, buddy? And she's like, where is he? And she's really worried about him. And the place is completely deserted. There's nobody around. And then Rousey's like, it's okay, Susie. Rousey and the others just aren't here yet. If you and Susie can go back to the light world and collect all the objects from the empty classroom, and then bring them here, then they'll arrive. So, twirl and pose, I love when they do this. Yes, I do too, it's cute. I love Chris's pose, yeah, isn't it cute? I love Rousey's just happiness. It's literally the Dio post. So yeah, Susie pushes Chris back into the light world, is like, hey, let's collect all the objects. So, grabs all the objects, and for some reason Chris decides to put everything on their head. And they re-enter the supply closet with all these, stuff. And Castletown springs to life. All these objects that Chris had on top of their head disappear, and all of them turn into the inhabitants from the Card Kingdom. And shops start opening, groups of these Darkners are just all over the place now, opening up homes, businesses, talking to each other, all that stuff. And Rousey takes Chris and Susie up to his castle to show off some new developments that are going on in the castle. And Rousey surprises them with cake and their own rooms. I'm not worrying about the egg. The egg is a whole freaking mess that I don't know if I want to handle right now. Like I said, I already have 301 slides. You want me to add the Eggman? Fine, if you want me to say this. At one point in time, Chris goes in between two different zones, ends up in a random zone. A man behind a tree that you can't see gives him an egg, gives them an egg. And then Chris puts the egg into Asgore's fridge. Left near the party. Don't trust that room. Golly. Egg's the most important person in the game. He's bad news, trust. Okay. But yeah, so Susie's like, oh, these rooms are so cool. Where's your room, Rousey? Oh my goodness. And Rousey's like, oh, well, my room's not done yet. It's still being, being made. So then they just are like, okay. Well, I already have the 3 eggs in my game anyway, so it's fine. So, Susie, at some point during this adventure around Castletown, talks about, oh, I'm glad we're not doing our school project or anything. And then Rousey goes, school project? What do you mean I'm not a good egg? Excuse you. I made a 301 PowerPoint presentation just for you guys. If that's not good, I don't know what is. And then Rousey hears and is like, you have a school project? You are hereby banished from Castletown until you finish your project. And Susie's like, oh, I don't wanna. Yes, paper? Yes. Well, before Chris and Susie go to leave, Lancer and Rules... Oh, well, thank you, paper. You can settle for a hardworking egg. For the fact that you dedicate so much of your time for us. Well, thank you. Well, like I said, Lancer and his lesser father, or lesser dad... Oh my gosh, guys, stop. Don't be weird. I just take the regular appreciation. Goodness. So, for some reason, Lancer's like, I want to go along too, and jumps into Chris's pocket. And then Rule's card jumps into Chris's pocket as well. And they're just, hanging out there. Which, does that mean that Chris's pocket is moving every time that these two move? Or do you think they're in the same pocket or individual pockets? Because it's genuine and not fake. Woot. So, obviously, they return to the light world and they both are like, we have nothing else to do, so let's go work on that project. And Susie's like, where are we gonna work on this project? And Chris is going like, oh, you know, we could go to the library. And she's like, the library? I guess. So off they go to the library. And they pass by Undying, who is lifting a car for her exercises, and apparently this is going to help with the traffic jam that has somehow happened. Whether she has caused the traffic jam or not, the world may never know. But then they make it to the library. And the two of them are looking around and are like, there's nobody here. Weird. Oh well, there's no one here. Let's go play pinball. In the computer lab. Oh, welcome back. It was because a dog was doing donuts. I know, I'm being ridiculous. We're on part 2. The beginning of part 2. Chapter 2. Anyway, so Susie's like, oh, let's go play pinball. So she opens the door to the computer lab, and there's another dark world. And she's like, Chris, you know what I'm thinking? And then they both jump into the freaking dark world head first. So, oh, and I am on slide 77, by the way. Where's Q Birdley? He's a whiles away. So, Chris and Susie start befriending the inhabitants of the new dark world as they're walking along. Why does that say work? Golly. Anyway, 301 slides. I told you. Anyway. Dark work. Yes, dark work. They're doing some dark work. And then they come across Noelle. They're like, Noelle, what are you doing here? She's like, Susie? And then she realizes, Susie, Chris, you need to run away. And before she can, like, warn them about what's coming, a cage appears, locks her up, and she floats away. And then a blue woman on a flying chair appears and is like, hello, my name is Queen. And Noelle is gonna be my peon. Attack of the Killer Queen, yeah. And she's like, I'm going to take over the world with Noelle. Killer Queen like the Queen song, yeah. By the way, guess what I did while I was away? I don't know. Did you make a freaking quiz? Is that what you did? So, she leaves, goes to leave because she got Noelle back. But Susie is like, you're not going anywhere. Return Noelle. And then she sends out some minions. No, not this time. Okay. So, Queen sends out some minions that Chris and Susie befriend. And then they go to chase after Queen again. But then 2 more enemies pop up. And yes, it's after that. Goodness. So, they're once again with more enemies, and it's like, when are these enemies gonna end? Well, then they hear Rousey's pacify spell. Boom. The 2 enemies get pacified, and Rousey joins the group, and they're all together. So, they continue forward, and they end up meeting Queen again, who is talking to Noelle, who's still put into the cage, being like, come on, Noelle, don't you want to be my peon and rule the world? Anyone know? Some of my students paid me a visit, some of them were actually crying. Aw, that's sweet! See, natural. They still care about you, even though you were a jerk to them in some instances. So, Noelle's going, no, I don't want to work with you. And then when Queen sees Chris and the rest of them, she goes, whoop! And she makes the cage with Noelle fly away. And she's like, I'm not gonna force Noelle to join me. I want her to willingly join my side. And she's like, maybe if I convince you guys, maybe she'll actually go along with my plan. So, hey, Chris and Susie, do you want to help me rule the world? No, you're a jerk to them. He said it himself. Yeah, I might go easy on them for now. See? Natural agrees with me. What do you mean? It's not a wow if I told the truth. What do you mean? He said it himself during the teacher evaluation that he did before, that he gave his students like a bunch of freaking work. Why am I brutal? Golly. You guys are silly. Why am I mean? I'm not mean! And why are you so cool? What do you mean cool? Anyway, Queen, instead of fighting, is like, let's play a game. Don't mind me. Well, just leave the scratch alone. Put it under ice. Maybe that'll make it scratch or hurt less. So, Queen's like, okay, let's make a deal. If I win this arcade game, you guys have to listen to me and join my side willingly. She doesn't say what Chris will win. I guess they just keep going on with their day. Well, Chris, who is really good at video games, goes to try to reach the controls, but sadly, they are too short. And Susie's like, we're not gonna let this happen and us lose just before we even get to play the game. So they combine their powers, which is Rousey being a stool, and then Susie grabs onto Chris, and they jump on top of Rousey, who then is flattened. And somehow that extra height makes Chris able to reach the controls. And so then they start the game, which is a beat-em-up game of 3 rounds. Chris and team are able to win. And after they win, the arcade explodes. And Queen goes, oh well, and then runs away. So, as they walk through Cyberworld, they encounter 3 music robots. They're called Sweet Captain Cakes, I think. I think that is how it is. I might have messed up the order, but that is their group name. It's called Sweet Captain Cakes. They're musicians who rebel against Queen. They call themselves the Last Rebellion against Queen. And they're like, Chris and party, you guys are evil because you're working for Queen. We saw you working for Queen because you were there when Noelle was put into a cage and you just stood there. I don't know, that's what they call themselves, Sweet Captain Cakes. See? Sweet Captain Cakes. But I got like 3/4 the way. Close to feeding them by attacking, even though they heal when they're low. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, even though Susie's like, we don't work for Queen, we're trying to help save Noelle, they're like, your guys are just lying, and so then they start a battle. Well, this battle, Chris and Co have to convince these guys to start dancing. And eventually they get all 3 of these robots to dance. And as they start dancing, they end up having a full-blown dance party. You know, and once they all finish their dance party, they're like, we did it! We convinced these guys to turn good. And Susie's like, we were never bad in the first place. But conveniently, Sweet Captain Cakes doesn't hear that, and they fly away and be like, good luck, fellow rebels, we'll see you later. And then they just continue forward. Yes. What do you mean best idea ever? I don't know. No, I am not human. Have you heard of it? Huh? Yes, everybody. What is happening? So, the party eventually walks into a building, and they get stuck in custom-made roller coaster carts just for them. And they get put on a track. And then Queen appears on her chair and goes, "Hi guys, I'm sending out my peon." Whoop! Noelle appears. And then she goes, "Oh, hi Susie, how's your day going?" And she goes, "Fine?" What do you mean? I don't see anything. This is Mojo, but it's pretty cool. What are you... All I see is best idea ever, trust, no I am not human. Have you heard of it? Is no I'm not human the name of it? You're fine with one more guest, yeah? That's fine. If you want someone... That's your choice to have some... Oh. Hi. Hi, Sister Natural. I'm sorry, I did not expect instant. Hello. Sorry, that was funny. I was like, oh my gosh. That's funny. Yeah, it's been a while. Hopefully you've been doing good. Hopefully you haven't let the stress get to you. The timing was brilliant. I'm sorry, that's made me laugh too hard. Oh, that was so funny. Okay. Nope, no stress, just A. Ha! Oh, well, I'm glad. Oh. Oh my goodness. Whew. That was a good laugh. Alright. We're at 83 slides, guys. I gotta keep moving or this will never end. So, after Noelle is looking at Susie and is like, "Yeah, hey Susie, how you doing?" "Fine." Then Queen decides, okay, nothing's happening. Sends out Birdly, who bumps Noelle out of the way. Who is the second peon. Guys, look, it's your favorite thing. Aren't you glad? Well, your second favorite thing. You guys like Frozen Birdly. Here's your second favorite thing. I thought this would be your guys' favorite screenshot. If you want to see it without chat, there you go. Everyone but... She's there next to me, but she wanted to join her own phone. Huh. And then... Yeah, Birdly. There you go. So Birdly is like, I am a knight and I fight for Noelle and Queen's safety. And throughout the fight, the party literally slams against Birdly's own personal roller coaster cart, and eventually, they slam into his roller coaster cart so many times that it explodes, and he falls. And as he's falling, he's like, "Queen, help me!" And she's like, "Yeah, he'll be fine. Give me just a second." And she's like, "Oh, by the way, guys, the roller coaster, you know, the thing that you're on right now, it's not finished. See you later." And she leaves. And they're like, "What? It's not finished. What the frick do we do?" And then before they can think of anything, they reach the end of the line. Yeah, he's a bird. He can fly. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. So, they reach the end of the track, and they end up landing in the trash zone. Luckily, they landed in a pile. I don't know if it was a comfortable landing, but it was a landing nonetheless. And they get themselves out of the junk pile, but when Susie gets out, she literally... What's your favorite kind of bird? Robins are kind of cute. What else? Snow owls. And, so after Susie comes out of the pile and she's like, ow, like her arm is injured. So then Rousey quickly goes over and heals her wound. And Susie is like, "It's so cool, Rousey, that you can just, you know, heal wounds like that." And Rousey goes, "Well, do you want to learn?" So then she goes like, "No, I don't need to learn that stuff." So then she's like, "If you want to, sure, I guess." Yes, I'm pretty sure Susie is a tsundere. I'm pretty sure of that fact. So they all get back in the party and they leave the trash zone, and then they come to a fork in the path. There's one going up towards the north, and there's one going to the right. Chris wants to go with Rousey, but then Susie's like, "Chris always gets to pick," and then grabs Rousey and heads to the north. So Chris is now by themselves. So then they walk to the right. Is this a while loop or for a loop we've been left out of? I think it's a loop we've been left out of. Well, how could I deny when someone has done so nicely? Please let it not be inappropriate, please. So, Rousey ends up with Susie heading to the north. Chris goes to the right, walks for a little bit. No, I do not know the joke. I'm sorry. If it's the thing from Twitter, it's one of those things that hurts my brain. It's not okay. Well, all I can say is, if once you say it, or if you don't say it, whatever, let's just can go back to the topic, everybody. Let's careen back to what we're doing. So, after, like, crossing a couple streets, Chris finds Noelle. And she's like, "Oh, Chris, hi. you're by yourself. And then all of a sudden she hears, Noelle! It's Queen's voice. So then she runs and hides in this conveniently tiny little alleyway that is super dark so no one can see. And so she's like, Chris, please don't tell her about it. Please. I don't think I want it. Anyway, so he's like... So Noelle is like, please don't let her find me. So, Queen comes up and is like, okay, Chris, you are by yourself, and I am also by myself. We should make a truce. A temporary truce, till we can find our companions. And then Chris agrees to the truce. And then, all of a sudden, Burnley's voice is heard in the background. Going, Queen, Queen, where are you? And Queen's like, oh no, it's Burnley. And she hides in the same place as Noelle. And says, please don't let him know that I'm here. But here's the thing. Queen doesn't know that Noelle is there. Because it's a conveniently dark alleyway. So she can't see her. Very convenient that she lands right on top, right? I'm on 88 of 301 paper. I can't go any faster than this. Everyone keeps pausing. That's why I'm trying to get through it all as best I freaking can. We're getting there. We're at we're at 88, and I have, for chapter 2, it's still going. So 88 to 199. Yes, 100. We're at 88, and I need to get to 199, so almost to 200. If I want to finish chapter 2 today. That's why I'm trying to keep going. Girl at a garage. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing. Alright, so Burnley approaches Chris. And is like, oh, Chris, you're all by yourself. You're so silly. Me? I'm not alone. I think Queen and Noelle are probably just far ahead somewhere waiting for me. I was 7. Yeah. You were 7. It's not that big of a deal. Like I said, it could have been worse. So, he decides, oh, Chris, you don't have any of your companions, and I don't have any of my companions. And we should have a truce. And Queen is like, you can't double truesies. And then Burnley leaves where Chris came from. And we'll say, I'll see you later. Well, you could have been in the sewers. So Queen leaves her hiding spot. And is like, hey, Chris, remember our truce, you know, the better truce. And I'll see you later. And then she leaves. Noelle then comes out of her hiding spot and is like, hey, Chris, do you have a room for one more truce? And then they make a truce. And so Noelle joins Chris's party as they keep going through the city together. So they end up wandering the city. And Noelle is like, asking questions about Susie, how they know how Chris became friends, and all that. And orange? Huh. You guys aren't talking about the Soda Crush? Got it. Haha. But as she's talking about Susie, she's like, oh, you know, just just curious, and she gets very embarrassed and tries to come up with random excuses about why she's asking about Susie. Well, they end up in the shopping district, and one of the salespeople of the shoe store is like, would you guys look like a couple, would you guys like some dating shoes? And Noelle's like, no, we're just friends. We're just friends, we don't, me and Chris are friends, and Chris is like, yeah, we're just friends. So, Chris and Noelle move on from that very weird encounter. But sure, break is over, so I gotta go and tend to the other patients. Bye-bye. Bye, thanks for stopping by, Sister Natural. It was nice seeing you. Take care of yourself. So, Chris and Noelle become closer to each other as they talk about, like, their childhood together, and they're like, yeah, we really were close, weren't we, before Dust disappeared? Nice seeing you too. Yeah, it's always a pleasure. I don't think so. They're too different from each other. Well. So, yeah. That actually was funny thing. But yeah. As they keep getting closer, they hear Queen coming towards them, and Noelle's like, Freck, Chris, can you distract Queen while I try to get a disguise? So, Chris walks forward, and there's Queen. And she's drinking some battery acid. She's had 4 cups of battery acid. And he's like, Chris, you're the only one that knows me. I just want to entertain everyone. And if I have to be a villain, for that to be a reality, I will. Oh, there is question section. We just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more slides. There is question sections in here, don't worry. So, Queen is like, Chris, you're a friend. Let's play a game together. So she summons another arcade game for them to play. Well, they go close and are going to go play the game. Then the arcade gets crushed by this freaking statue above me that Birdley made. And he's like, Queen, I made this for you to show off our awesomeness. And it's like, Chris, you can me and Queen need to leave, because we gotta talk about some plans. And she's like, yeah, Birdley. So then Queen is walking behind Birdley. But then as she starts slowing down. And she's like, I'm falling behind you, you know. Still there. Just a little bit slower than you. And as he turns the corner, she stops and is like, I'll be right there. My eyes, yeah, that's what he decided to wear. And she runs the other direction from Birdley as soon as possible. IQ. Yes, it literally says IQ. So, as Queen passes by, she sees Noelle, but she's got like a box on her head that looks like a robot. And she goes, oh, cool head, dude. And then runs off. So Chris and Noelle keep going through the city until they get to a different puzzle, and it's called Annoying Mouse Room. Here's a fun fact. Noelle don't like mice. She's scared of mice. And through these different puzzles, obviously, they have been able to avoid Noelle from seeing the mice. Well, she ends up standing on a platform that literally completely just pushes her over into the puzzle. So now Chris has to quickly solve them so that Noelle does not fall into the abyss. The funny part is, Birdley shows up. Because of course he shows up, right? Right, guys? He always has to show up. And he starts badgering Chris, being like, oh, you're not smart enough to solve this puzzle. I could obviously solve it, because da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I did manage, thank you very much. And I kid you not, and I'm going to read this to you. Birdley thinks that Noelle is hopeless and a simple being that needs protecting. Those are his words, not mine. Because it was scripted. Ha 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 ha, so funny. And eventually, as Birdley keeps talking and talking and talking, Chris and Noelle solve the puzzle together. Hooray! And then it opens up the electric gate. And Birdley's, oh, you just got lucky. I'll get the next one. And he runs ahead. Talk about patronizing. Yep. That's his thing. So, they walk a little further and there's Birdley. And he sees that Noelle's with Chris and he immediately assumes, Chris, you kidnapped Noelle. So I'm gonna fight you to protect Noelle. He's like, asked to be frozen in ice. Yeah. Go to sleep, it's okay, Paper. It's alright. And there's no grades. You're fine. Do what you gotta do, okay? It's completely fine. Have a good sleep. So yeah. Chris is in a battle with Birdley and eventually knocks Birdley's axe out of his hand. And Noelle asks Birdley if he's okay because Birdley's in complete shock that Chris defeated him. And Birdley's like, oh, it's just... I'm just freaking didn't do my full very best. And I need to get a little stronger because I don't want to defeat you just yet, Chris. I'm waiting for the best moment to defeat you. Which will be not now. And then he leaves. But yes, coffee is gross, I agree. But yeah. The two, Noelle and Chris, keep going, and they eventually find Queen again. And Noelle puts on the boxes, like, okay. And Queen is like, Chris, just who I'm looking for. You and your friend can, have you guys seen Noelle at all? And before Chris can answer, she hears Birdley coming along. And then she's like, everyone hurry, hide inside my limo. So then they hide inside the limo as Birdley walks by with some battery acid pie. Yes, Val? Yes, Val? Yes, 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 yes. What did I do? What's wrong? Who's your best student? I don't think there's any best student. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What? Oh, coffee? I don't like bitter tasting stuff. That's all. I don't like coffee. I've said this before. So yeah, as Birdley comes with this battery acid pie, he's looking around trying to find her. And then he runs off. So, to be on the safe side, Queen is like, okay, we're just gonna take the vehicle. And, allows Chris to drive this limo, by the way. I don't think Chris has a license. So, they're driving along until they hit a traffic jam. And Chris is told by Queen, hey, can you go and change the lights so that we can move traffic? And so, Noelle is like, oh, I'm gonna go with Chris. And Queen is like, no, you need to stay. And she's like, why? I need you to listen to my mixtape. And so she's like, Chris, hurry back, please. So Chris leaves the limo and goes to the side road. And they encounter a spam program that pops out of a nearby dumpster. And he names himself as Spampton. And this salesman wants to make a deal with Chris. So after they're doing combat for a while and there's no other way, Chris is like, okay, I accept your deal. And Spampton's like, fantastic. And is like, meet me at my shop in the trash zone when you get a chance. It's our favorite #1 rated salesman, 1997. Yep. Alright, now I'll look at the question. See, I told you I would make it. Yes, paper. Alright, may I please get some advice you're writing because you're an author and like one of the 3 people I can trust in life, including my entire family. Please, mistake it as clue in what. All you have to do is start writing and then you get better. Do you have the people PowerPoint saved? Yes. Well, it's automatically saved. You just start writing your ideas down, you know? You just keep putting things together, make sure that it gets out there, and then you can fix it later. And no, you do not have to write an essay. In the dark world for what would I look like and be like in the dark world for real? Maybe my hair would be like all pink instead of just a little bit of pink that I have. I actually want to do the exam. I don't even Goth in the dark world. Okay, I don't know. That's a whole thingy. I don't know where they are. Someone tell you think it was a true. Right underneath the pink. Oh my gosh. Like where they are. Someone tells you to think and draw dark world for real. Oh my gosh. When it comes to sharing this, maybe I'll think about it. If anything, you'll see all the questions through this eventually. Don't worry to express your don't worry to express yourself more. I am expressing myself. Golly. Say Ren, are you gonna pull for March 5-star? Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Maybe, maybe not. I'm curious about that. No, what kind of music do you like? This is serious. How do I judge people? Actually, kind of. This is I've said before, I like pop music, would be the word. I like K-pop music. I like pop music. J-pop music. Kind of like that type of thing. Why is Noelle dumb? I don't think Noelle is dumb. But yeah, pink hair, alien suit in space. Laser gun, of course. Writing this down. I think Noelle is just confused more than anything else. Oblivious. Well, Birdley's oblivious too. So I think it's just the dark world is so different from their own that they don't quite get it. Do I like mice? In media? It depends. In real life, no, I do not particularly like mice. They kind of weird me out. When's the exam? There isn't one. Is it an answer? There is no exam at all. Alright, that's all the questions so far. How much time do we got? It's 2 hours and 41 minutes. Seconds. No. 2 hours and 41 minutes. I will make one. Golly. You're gonna love the new Down character when season 3 is animated. Yeah, I know about her, the lame answer. Yes, I know about the alien girl. I'm curious how it's gonna go. Alright. Oblivious character. I am not oblivious. Okay, so like 30 more minutes. No, I can push it for another hour. I will finish chapter 2. I will finish this chapter. Okay, continuing. So, after they make the deal with Spampton, Spampton leaves, and Chris makes it to the traffic light button and hits it. So, no, it's not gonna be 5 hours. So, the cars finally quickly disperse because of the changing light, and Chris gets back into the limo. And Queen decides to shine a beacon called the Queen Signal, thinking that Noelle will see it and come running. So then, the quote-unquote robot asks Queen, "Oh, why do you want Noelle so badly? What is it about her that's so special?" And Queen says, "Oh, it's because Noelle is strong. She's so strong, that's why I want her on my side." And before Noelle can ask more questions about why that is the case, in Queen's opinion, Queen is like, everyone needs to leave the limo as soon as possible. And then as soon as they leave the limo, it explodes. And she's like, phew. I was surprised that it lasted this long anyway. And then she's like, okay, everybody, we need to split up and look for Noelle. So I'll see you guys later. And then she runs off. As limos do. I guess if Queen owns them, yes. Whoop, 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 whoop. So, well, Chris and Noelle walk the city. They talk more about their childhood. They talk about, like, you know, how they used to hang out together. How Chris used to play pranks on her. And how they used to be a lot close. And why did they... Haven't you seen the action films? I have, but I don't think it would be a limo. Usually it's a car. Just a regular car. And she talks about specifically, like, oh, her older sister Des, Azrael. And her and Chris, you know, would hang out and go on adventures all the time. And they end up making to a carnival. And they see Queen approaching towards them, and she's like, oh no. Puts on the robot box again, because she can't see with it on, by the way. And she hides behind some pins in in one of the carnival stands. Queen decides that she wants to win a prize, so she's like, one ball please, so she gets a ball. Yes, Val? So she gets a ball, and then she throws the ball and completely cleans them out, by the way. What's a carnival? Did I mess up the frickin'... No, I did not. It's just a big giant, how do I explain a carnival? It's a bunch of stalls where you can play a bunch of little games to win prizes. There's Ferris wheels, there's little roller coaster things, something like this. How did you do those keyword things? Didn't know you could edit so well. Keyword things? Oh, you mean the key terms? For the, I'm at 102. Are you talking about this up here? Oh, golly, I'm messing with this thing. You're talking about, this thing? Yeah, the words are on here. No, the thing on your X page. Keywords thing. What? How did you do those keywords? Keywords? What did I do? Looks so cool, so accurate. Keyword. What? I'm confused. How did you do those keywords thing? I don't know what you mean. I'm confused. I'm confused. My brain hurts. I don't know what keywords. I'm at 102. This is never gonna end. Anyway. So, Queen throws the ball, knocks down all the pins in the stall that Noelle is in. And she asks for a prize, and Noelle scrounges underneath the stall and finds a present. And she's like, here you go. Queen is like, I got a prize. Stubborn, quiet outside, overthinks inside. Oh, that thing. How did you do those keywords things? Didn't know you could edit so well. Oh, I didn't do that. Oh, you're talking about the one... You're talking about the one post that I did. Yeah, if you're talking about that, Oh, you're talking about the... Did I post it? Why is there two of them? What the frick? Why do I have two posts? Okay, anyway, where the... literally, the link is the thing. I don't know. You just answer the questions and that's what it popped up for me. Sorry, I was so confused on what you meant. Anyway. So, Queen has the present and she's like... Actually, I don't want a prize anymore. Here you go, Chris. And puts it on top of Chris's head. And Chris is like, well, I got a present on top of my head now. And coincidentally, Susie and Rousey pop in, and they're like, oh, hey, Chris. And Susie's like, hey, want to see what I can do? And she does the equivalent of a Kamehameha and spits out a little bit of healing magic. And it heals Chris a little bit. And Rousey does a little bit of a sarcasm, which Susie's like, why did I agree to teach you sarcasm in return for learning healing magic? And then the Dark Prince, Rousey, notices the little present on top of Chris's head. So Chris gives the gift to Rousey. And he blushes. Isn't this so cute? I thought this was adorable. And Rousey's like, oh, thank you for the gift. It's the first gift I've ever gotten. Which is very sad. So, to repay Chris for the gift that he has now gotten, he's like, I'm gonna win you one too, Chris. So then Rousey gets one of the... Life is sad, it can be. Gets one of the balls from the stall and throws the ball, and it ends up careening from the other stall into the stall where Noelle's at, and it hits the box on her face and it pops off. Well, apparently he knew about Susie and Chris for a long time. I don't know what a long time is in the Darkner world, but, you know. So, Susie's like, oh, Noelle, you're okay. And Noelle's like, oh, you're worried about me? And she's blushing. And then Susie's like, wait a minute. You're on Queen's side. And then she's like, wait. Me and Chris have a truce. And Chrissy's like, yes, I have a truce with her. And Susie's like, I guess that's fine. So then she joins the party. Noelle requests to specifically be behind Susie, and she blushes along the whole way. And the hero party ends up in front of Queen's mansion, where, conveniently, Queen is waiting for them. And she's like, oh, thank you, Chris, for bringing Noelle back to me. The truce is over now. so Noelle, you need to come back. And Noelle's like, no, I don't want to come back. I want to stay with Chris, Susie, and the others. And she's like, if you don't come back, she will throw Berdly into the acid river. So Noelle, being the good-hearted being that she is, no, not yet, we're getting there. Noelle's like, I'm sorry I couldn't stay with you guys longer, and goes over to Queen's side. Well, what great timing. Berdly shows up and is like, Queen, Noelle, there you are. I looked through all the freaking used game stores. There's good-hearted and weak-hearted. Okay, I'm patient. Golly. So it's like, then Queen's, gives her forehead a good old smack, being like, of course she pops up now. So then she goes to plan B. She uses the 4 cages that she owns, boom, 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 captures all the Lightners, and sends them off to her castle. And then Ralsei's like, so what are you gonna do to me? And then she smacks her head again. I only have 4 cages. Then we cut to Chris being stuck inside a room. That Queen appears on this little big screen here and says that this is a room based on your search history. Internet search history. So you'll never want to leave. So, Susie yells from So Susie yells from the next room being like, Chris, think of a way out of this place. And then Chris goes into their pocket and says, I choose Lancer. Boop. And Lancer pops into the room. So Lancer's like, oh, you guys need help? Okay. So then he gets on his hands and feet on top of the computer keyboard and just starts typing random things. Is like, oh, summon something? Oh yeah, that's what I want. And he says shovels and says 999,999,000. And he literally overloads the system with spawning shovels. So it completely breaks the cages. Mr. Krabs laughed really quick. The one that goes, gah, 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 gah. That's about as much as I can do. So, Susie and Chris are now free and they meet outside the rooms, and Susie gives Lancers a high five of a good job. So the 3 of them go to find Noelle when Lancer stops. And then he falls over because he doesn't feel very good. And Susie's like, wait, I'll try to heal you. She throws her healing spell at him and she's like, it's not enough. We gotta get Lancer to Ralsei. So she picks up Lancer, puts him on her back, and goes to leave when Berdly stops her. And he's like, please let me come along with you. And Susie's like, fine, hurry up, let's go. So, the group ends up going into these light puzzles. And Berdly's like, oh, I can solve it, just give me a sec. Well, Chris ends up figuring out every single light puzzle, before Berdly can solve it. And the bird starts to freak out and is like, Chris can't possibly be smarter than me. That's impossible. Well, Susie taunts him, is like, you're just like everyone else. You're not anything special. And Berdly's like, you're right, I'm not. And he talks about the origins of how he met Noelle. And he says he met Noelle at a spelling bee. And both him and Noelle were the final semi-finalists. And when they had to spell the word December, she got choked up, and Berdly won the spelling bee. Which, by the way, do you find it interesting that it's the word December that Noelle couldn't spell? Suspicious. And then from that moment on, Birdley attached himself to Noelle. Because Noelle was very smart, so he was able to get good grades, be at the top of his class, and do all the stuff. It's either funny or suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Since Des's full name is December. Very sussy? Yes. No, the thing is that December is her older sister's full name, is December Holiday. So did the spelling bee happen not that long after her sister disappeared, so hearing the word December make her choke up? Is what I'm talking about. That's what's interesting about it. But yes, Birdley decided he knew what his goal in life was going to be. And that was to make a world where he was number one in the world and Noelle was number two. And he would make a world just for the two of them. To be the smartest in the world. And he owns up for being the reason that Noelle got kidnapped in the first place. And Birdley asks Susie, would you still like me? Would you accept me if I was dumb? Susie, kind of caught off guard by this statement, is like, yeah, just like this particular video game character, and so on. So she makes a reference. And Birdley's like, you know that game? I guess you guys aren't stupid after all. And joins Chris, the side of Chris, who he literally calls the side of ignorance. I'm not kidding you, he calls them ignorant. Has Birdley changed at all? I don't know. And all of a sudden they hear a screaming sound. And Susie's like, that's Rousey, we gotta find him. And so she runs off with Chris right behind her. And they find the source of the sound. And it's not Rousey making that noise. It's the Queen's butlers. Squawking in happiness because they think Rousey looks cute in a butler uniform. Yep, that's what we were following the entire time. Wasn't a screaming Rousey, but screaming fanboys of Rousey. So Susie asks Rousey, what the frick are you wearing? And he's like, well, since Queen ran out of cages, she made me be a butler. And then she holds Lancer out to Rousey. Is like, can you heal him? Fluffy boy, yep, fluffy boy. Holds out holds out Lancer to Rousey. Is like, can you heal him? He's not feeling very well. Yes, natural. I'm terrified. Yeah, I guess so. That is probably very accurate. Anyway, so Rousey says that he can't heal Lancer's condition. And Lancer then completely turns to stone. And Susie's shaking Lancer, like, Lancer, wake up. But Lancer doesn't respond to her. And Rousey's like, darkness can only survive in a world made from their own dark fountain. If a Darkner goes into a different Darkner world, they can't get any more darkness from a different fountain, so they become stone. But Lancer can be saved if he goes back to Castletown, because that fountain is apparently made from pure darkness. So any Darkner can live in Castletown completely comfortable and have no ramifications. And Susie is relieved by this and is like, oh, okay, he's not gone. How grim one could say. Yep. So Susie promises Lancer, is like, hey, I will come back for you, buddy. And then Birdley overhears this conversation and asks Susie if he can have the help of Susie and Chris to save Noelle. And his plan that he has can only work if he has their help. And he explains that he knows a secret shortcut to the 3rd floor, which is the top of the mansion. So, while Chris distracts Queen, Susie will take the shortcut up to find Noelle. And when Noelle is brought up to the roof and away from the mansion, Birdley will hide Noelle in a spot where hopefully Queen will never find her. Susie's like, sure, why not? So she goes. So they're like, okay, we'll meet you at where the bookshelf is. Well, the group keeps going forward and they meet a hacker who is looking for 3 blue check marks because he's supposed to infiltrate the Queen's mansion. So Chris follows the 3 clues that the hacker gives and finds the locations, finds the marks. They go back to the hacker and he says, I'll meet you guys in the Queen's basement. So Chris goes back to the basement. Well, goes to the basement and finds the treasure room. And the group ends up finding a secret switch in the treasure room that unlocks a secret door. And they go in and they see a lock. And they're like, okay, maybe this is what Lancer was talking about, Chris thinks. So then they go back to the junk zone, where the trash zone, I don't know why I put junk, but you know what I mean. So Chris and everyone goes back to the trash zone and they find an opening in one of the fences. And they find a door. And Chris is like, can you guys wait for me? I need to go do this alone. I'm like, oh, okay. Don't worry about it. I can't believe I put junk. Anyway, Chris goes inside and meets Spamton again, who has set up a shop, as he said before, in the trash zone. And he explains that there's a body in the Queen's basement that he wants, and he wants Chris to get it for him. And the entrance is blocked to where Chris can get to where this body is. So Spamton allows Chris to buy a key to unlock the hallway, which is called a key gen. All that Chris has to do is bring back an empty disc to Spamton. So Chris buys the key, leaves the shop, and heads down to the secret basement room and unlocks the hallway. Chris heads down the hallway and tells their friends, hey, I'll be right back. So they wait upstairs for Chris to be done with whatever the heck they're doing. And after walking a lot of frickin' steep stairs, mind you, they end up on old railroad tracks. And they keep following the tracks until they see a room. So they go into the room and they find this old robot. It's not moving, it's not interacting, nothing. All that Chris sees is a sparkle thing in the chest. So Chris touches it and pulls it, and it's the empty disc that Spamton wants. So Chris takes it, puts it in their pocket, follows the tracks, goes back to where they found it, go up the stairs, and then makes it back to the first floor and sees Susie took poor Rousey's glasses and is being silly. then they realize, oh, hey, Chris, you made it back. Y'all done? And Chris says, yep. So then they follow Chris back to the trash zone, because we're back again for round 2. And Chris is like, I have found the empty disc, and as you can see, Chris, you did it. You funky little worm, you brought me the disc. And the salesman is like, okay, Chris, to finish our deal, all you have to do is give me the disc so I can transfer myself onto this disc. And you take it back to where you found it, and our deal will be done. Chris accepts, is like, okay, here's the disc. Spamton then transfers into the disc, and he disappears. And then Chris goes through all the way back to the secret basement and puts the disc into the robot. But then nothing happens. So they walk away. And they go into the railroad room and keep walking until they get ambushed. And then they find that the one who ambushed them... I'm not sleepy. It's just my brain is working to make sure that I just get tongue-tied. I'm not actually sleepy. I'm actually doing pretty good. But yes, they end up being ambushed by Spamton. Now in this new body. How ruined is your voice? Not actually ruined. It's doing pretty good. And what this new form, Spamton calls himself Spamton Neo. And he thinks, oh, I'm finally free. Finally free. But then he notices he's got puppet strings keeping him afloat. And he's like, I still am only a little bit closer to freedom. It's just out of reach. Maybe if I take your soul, Chris, I'll actually be free. So then he goes to try to do a deadly attack to take Chris's soul. But Rouse and Susie come to Chris's rescue and block the attack. Well, in retaliation, Spamton somehow hits all 3 of the heroes onto conveniently looking roller coasters that look kind of like his face, and puts them on a roller coaster, and they begin to battle. So, throughout the battle, the heroes cut off Spamton's strings one by one. Ironic, yep. Until one string is left. And Spamton realizes this is like, oh, Chris, you were actually trying to free me. You really are a friend, even though I tried to kill you. Oh, happy day, please cut the last string, Chris, so that I can be free. And so Chris cuts the last string. But Spamton's new body falls to the floor. He can't move anymore. So, this little salesman returns to his normal form, and he starts speaking to Chris without any added interruptions like he always has. He has these ram spam messages throughout the time that he talks. This time, he's talking normally. And he's sad that he can't be anything more than a puppet. And Chris and the others are so strong, in hopes that that strength can be enough so that they can cut their own strings and be free. What that could be? I don't know. What could Spamton mean by that? So then Spamton transforms into some armor and goes into Chris's pocket. And the group moves forward to save Noelle. Alright, let's see. Any questions that I need to worry about? Goth Ren model, what? I don't know if I'll ever get a Goth Ren model. That terrifies me. Alright. So we'll leave that question one on for the rest of the chapter. Just in case. Alright. We're getting there, guys. We have so much more to do, but we're getting there. Alright. So. Girls and other lads. So. The group solves a bunch of puzzles and outruns all of Queen's defenses. And they make it to the ballroom. They go to the... Let's make them together. What the frick? Why are you like this? So, they go to the other side of the room and they try to unlock the door. But the door is just locked. They can't open it. So they're like, okay, there's a key somewhere in this room. And a bunch of freaking tables with food domes. I learned what they were called. That was an interesting thing to learn. And they just keep looking. They can't find it. Until they find a weird looking freaking thing. They find one that looks different than the others. And then dog legs appear from said freaking thing. And you go, huh? Where's their freaking... The dog, yes, the dog. The dog legs appear. And it starts to slam into other tables. Then it bumps into our three heroes, and they end up on top of this table. And this dog table just starts crashing into every single table it comes in contact with. Until they find the key. And Rousley goes, oh look, it's the key. And then the dog steps on it and breaks the key. Because in the questions thing, Paper literally put, when am I gonna get a goth model? Golly. So, now the key's destroyed, you're probably like, how the heck are they gonna get out of that room? Well, the dog literally just busts through the freaking door and just careens down the hallway. But not before stopping to let Chris and the others get off at their stop, and then it continues barreling down the hallway. The three of them end up in a little teacup ride and make it up to the 3rd floor. Want me to make you one? I don't know if I ever want a goth model. I'm kind of intimidated what that is going to bring. And once they make it to the 3rd floor, there's Birdley that's waiting for them, and the plan begins. So, Birdley goes into the secret passage with Susie, and she says, I'll see you guys up there. And they pull the bookcase in front of the doorway so they're not seen. You can trust me. So it has a bit of blonde hair. What the why do you want blonde hair? That's making it worse. So, Rousey and Chris keep going forward, and they end up at an acid river. And then a queen appears on the screen and is like, hi guys! Please stop. No. I will compromise this for anything ever again. Why do you guys want a goth model so much? I can't tell if what the frick this means. I don't understand. You'll never ask about Elden Ring again. Oh, I don't think that's true. It's something we could all agree on, but for what are the reasons? Anyway, then your usual model. Excuse you, I love my model, thank you very much. It's what unites us. A goth model would fix me. Then make yourself your own goth model, then. You guys are silly. So, Queen is like, hey, you two, how you doing? And Rousey's like, why do you have an acid river room? And she's like, oh, it's the mansion's power source. But she also likes to drink battery acid. We can't wear it as well. Why does it have to be me? So Chris pushes a nearby lever, and a swan boat just appears. So they're like, okay. So they get on the swan boat, and they start sailing forward. And it's, it's going quite smoothly. And then they go into a dark tunnel, and cough does not... Yay, peer pressure. No. So once inside the tunnel, they get blocked by a stone hand. And the two of them have to go onto land to solve a bunch of little puzzles to go forward. Eventually, they make it to a lever that moves the stone hand to make a high five. And then they're able to go back to the boat because that stone hand has moved to make a high five. So they move forward. So while they're sailing along, Rousey asks Chris an interesting question. Hey Chris, do you enjoy spending time with me? Even though Susie's not here? And Chris says, yeah, why wouldn't I? And this makes Rousey blush. And this Dark Prince talks about, he was very nervous about meeting Susie and Chris and wanted to make a really good impression. And he's glad that he did make a good impression, and he's happy that Chris likes Rousey being himself around Chris and Susie. You ship it? It's very cute. Oh, want to know a weird fact about Rousey? When Susie eventually stays over at the house for a sleepover, she sees a picture of Azrael and is like, oh, that looks like Rousey. And then Chris tries to say a ton of things and saying, oh, Azrael and Rousey are so different from each other and all these things. So for some reason, Chris gets very defensive about Rousey being compared to Azrael, which is very interesting. Wouldn't you say? So yeah, once these two keep going forward, they are stopped by this, little landlock. Yeah, weirdly defensive. Yeah, very interesting, right? Well, the thing is why is that a problem? Because they do look alike. Can we all agree that Rousey looks like the Undertale's version of... Excuse me. Rousey looks like Undertale's Azrael. The horns are a different color, but they look very similar to each other. I mean, yeah, of course he does. So, it's very interesting, because Darkners are created from the dreams and thoughts of the imaginations of Lightners. Is that how Rousey was made? Or was he made by someone else? Was Rousey made by Azrael? Maybe he took it the wrong... Maybe they took it the wrong way? Maybe. It is possible they took it the wrong way. I just thought it was a little interesting tidbit of information. So, they're stopped by this little landlock above my head, and they hear a familiar voice. It's Rule's Card, and he's on a pirate ship with a pirate hat. And Rousey is like, Rule's Card, Lancer, he turned to stone. And then this lesser dad here goes like, oh, have you done this, and this, and this, and this for him? To interpret Chris's original OC, do not steal. Maybe. We don't really know. But it's definitely interesting. But yeah. Rule's Card literally goes through a giant list of things to help make Lancer feel better. But then stops and is like, wait, what am I doing? So, he challenges Chris to a puzzle. And if Chris loses by him claiming the most houses, he's gonna give this land and all these houses to Queen, who then he thinks will make him her left-handed man. Because he doesn't want to be his right-handed man, he wants to be the left-handed man. And the Duke actually reveals what he is actually riding is not a pirate ship, but whatever the heck that Chris made in Chapter 1. He made that, of all things. So, Chris is able to claim the most houses, but Rules is not ready to give up just yet. He's absorbing all of his power because he wants to do his ultimate attack. He's charging up. And before he goes, boop, have most of his body, except for his head, get turned to stone. And then the island just explodes so that Chris and Rousey can go by. So then they just move on. As they pass that, there's a little camera there to get a commemorative photo. So Rousey goes to smile when Chris goes and gives Rousey a big hug, and it's like, what? Why did you do that? It's about to be FGG. Gotta see you guys tomorrow. See ya. See ya, natural. And once they finally get back to shore, Rousey asks, hey, Chris, are you curious about what Susie's doing right now? And then Chris is like, yeah, I'm curious. So then we see what Susie's doing. So, Susie is obviously on her way to save Noelle. So, Noelle is trapped in a very snow-themed room. And she's looking at this moon outside and is like, she wishes Des was here to see it with her. Then all of a sudden, two monsters show up and try to attack her. But then Susie is able to defeat them and save her. And Noelle is like, oh my goodness, Susie, you saved me? And then Noelle is like, Susie, what is this place? What's going on? I don't understand. Is this a dream? So Susie's like, yeah, it's a dream, Noelle. You're just dreaming. It's not real. Yeah. So then Noelle's like, yeah, I guess you're right. The real Susie wouldn't save me, let alone care about me. And then Susie's like, why do you say that? What do you mean? And she's like, well, Susie doesn't really care about anyone. And Susie's like, well, yeah, that's true. But have you ever wondered why Susie never picked on you at school? And Noelle's like, yeah, I kind of did always wonder that. And the frickin' dinosaur goes, it's because Noelle gave a candy cane pencil for Susie to use on the first day of school. And that Noelle has a nice smile. So she was spared from dealing with Susie's tomfoolery. She has a nice smile, you say? Anyway, Noelle laughs at it and is like, she just laughs. And then Susie asks, hey, do you dream about me a lot? As she looks over. Oh, I'm just asking because this is exactly what she said. I'm not kidding. If you want to look at the wiki, it's not me shipping, that's just the game doing it. But yeah, do you see this? This was at the corner of Noelle's room, and Susie's like, hey, do you dream about me a lot? And is looking at the statue, and she goes, huh? Hey, do you think we should get out of here? Or, I think I should wake up now. So, hey, can you hit me with your axe? And Susie's like, what? Why? And she's like, well, this is a dream, right? So if you just hit me on the head, I can wake up and go help Birdley with the project she's supposed to be working on. And Susie's like, no, 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 no. Don't you want to hang out with me more? And then she's like, oh, it gets somewhat better. Like, why do you not like Noelle? What did Noelle do to you? And then Noelle's like, yeah, sure. Why not? I would like to hang out with you more. And then they go off to the right side of the room, where conveniently, there's a heart-themed Ferris wheel just waiting for them. And Susie's like, what the frick? Weak mind, weak heart. Feels really iffy. I don't know. I think they can be... At least chapter 4 has made me think they could be a good couple. And after Noelle is looking at this heart-shaped thing and blushing, she's like, just get on the frickin' ride. And she's like, okay. So she gets into the cabin, and off they go. And Susie's trying to think of something to talk about, since, you know, they're going to be on this Ferris wheel for a good hot second. And eventually, they start talking about different topics that they actually get along with. And then Noelle starts to tease Susie, because she sees that when Susie lies, her tail moves. And Susie's like, I don't have a freaking tail. And Noelle's like, well, I'm gonna check in the real world to see if Susie does the same thing too with her tail. Well, the two of them make it to the other side safely. And Noelle's like, I wish I could be with Susie all the time in my dreams. This was really fun. And Susie was going to say, hey, do you want to hang out in the real world? But before she could continue talking, Birdley arrives on the scene and comes with a frickin' rose in his mouth. I want you to bear witness to this face. Look at this face, everybody. What do you guys think of this face? Would you run away in fear if he's coming at you with a red rose? Because I'm terrified. Would you guys be terrified? Because I would. I bet Susie's tail, nothing weird thing. Yeah, I think it's more of just her tail, like, moves. Maybe like a dog tail would be kind of funny. So yeah, he greets them, and it is like, she looks to frickin' Noelle and's like, he's on our side. He's trying to help us out. I promise. So Susie leaves Noelle to Birdley's care to get her to a safe place and says, I gotta go help Chris and Rousey. So she freaking jumps off the platform, and Birdley decides to apologize to Noelle. Oh, I'd be horrified if I saw him try to approach me like that. Yeah, it'd be terrifying, wouldn't it be? Da 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 da, run away. But yeah, Birdley decides to apologize to Noelle. And Noelle's like, yeah, the world you tried to make kind of sucked. But you're trying to be nice, so I'll forgive you. And here's the funny thing. Birdley's like, yeah, he was apologizing for that, but mostly about something else. He's like, I feel bad that I led you on, Noelle. And she's like, what? What do you mean? And he's like, I treasure our friendship together, but I don't love you anymore like you like me. And she eats the rose in front of me. That would steal my heart. What the frick? And he says that he is in love with Susie. So as soon as Noelle hears that, she grabs Birdley by the neck and shakes him. And goes, what? And then Chris and Rousey are finished talking about what they think Susie's doing, and Susie lands right on top of Rousey. And Rousey makes a funny, sarcastic thing, and Susie's like, we gotta work on your sarcasm thing. And they head on to the final battle. And they make it to the top to see Queen, who's waiting for them. So, Queen is like, ready, she's talking about, oh, I'm gonna release Noelle's full power, but Susie's like, we helped Noelle escape. Lovely gift. Yes, isn't it? Isn't it beautiful? We already took Noelle away from you. She can't give you any of her power. Birdley is the one who took Noelle somewhere far, far away from you. But Queen is like, you mean this? And she brings out Birdley, who's got a wire stuck to his face, which makes him fight the heroes. So, after the fight, during the fight, the heroes slowly remove the wire from Birdley's face until he's free. Now that Queen is outnumbered 4-1, she does a, what's that? And everyone looks and she runs away. Birdley falls over from the combat and quote-unquote loses consciousness. And he's like, only a kiss from a gamer girl can help regain his strength. So, yeah, isn't it bad? So Susie is like leaning forward, like close to Birdley, and she's like, can you speak up, Birdley? I can't hear you. And then the group leaves Birdley behind to go and try to catch up to Queen while Birdley recovers. And Queen talks about how she saw the knight make the fountain. And she said that the fountain that was made is only confined to the structure of the library. She hypothesizes that Lightners with enough determination can make a dark fountain all on their own. So she plans to have Noelle make her own dark fountain. And she flies her chair over to Noelle, who, you know, is, freaking crucified on this stone hand. And she is like, yeah, right, Noelle, you're gonna help me. So Susie uses an attack that pushes Queen away, that makes Queen fall, and releases Noelle from her restraints and lets her free. So Susie is thanked by Noelle, saying, you know, thank you for helping me, but we need to run. The ground starts to quake. And a giant Queen robot appears. And Susie starts taunting Queen. You know, like, oh, you're not that tough. And then freaking Queen lasers everybody. And she's like, okay, you're a little tougher than I thought. Let's combine our powers, too, because we have another form. You know, the one they use for the game. Looking head. Yes, it kind of does. But the robot smashes against the ground, and the three heroes fall. Birdley, actually coming to the rescue, catches them all on a frickin' Birdley roller coaster. And Birdley has recruited all the friends that Chris has made in Cyberworld to help fight Queen. So the Darkners combine all of their powers to make a robot for the heroes. So, now that they're on even footing with Queen, they start the beat-em-up game, just like they did at the beginning of the chapter. And the heroes are able to get Queen's robot to overload. But Queen's not done just yet. And she literally has a trick up her sleeve, or hand, and she launches her robot hand that breaks the hero's robot completely in half. And she grabs the three heroes and is gripping them in her hand. And she goes up to Noelle and is like, you need to make a new fountain or I will crush Susie. Noelle, after being pushed aside over and over and over again, finally stands up for herself. She doesn't want to be controlled by a world by Queen, and it will never make her happy. You're threatening someone that she cares about and the others, and she'll never be happy. And Queen actually listens to Noelle. and tells her to disregard what she said and is like, I'm sorry. And that Noelle should make a world that makes her happy. And Queen's robot goes into like a stasis, I think from the overheating. And Noelle worries about Queen, like, Queen, are you okay? But she seems to be in stasis, so she's not as worried. But Noelle thinks, like, hey, a dark world is kind of been really fun. I wouldn't want one run by Queen, but if we had one that Queen wasn't ruling, I think it would be better. So, Susie and Bradley, who comes in, is like, oh yeah, I agree, it's been so much fun. So, Bradley decides that he's going to make his proper apology be making a new dark fountain for everyone to have a world that makes them happy. But then Rouse shouts at Bradley to stop. And he reveals a big important note, which is having multiple dark fountains open at once would cause the end of times. And this event is called the Roaring. Titans would be summoned from the depths to destroy the world and cause chaos. Darkners would turn to stone, because the fountains wouldn't be used to help them survive. And the Lightners would be in eternal darkness. Queen, being able to get her robot to have enough charge, is in shock by this. She had no idea that this was the case. The knight didn't say this is what that was. Russell was like, Queen, I thought you knew what this was. And Queen, I kid you not, says that she's only a computer. I can't know everything. And she decides to abandon making the fountains and to be friends with the heroes. So hooray! Everyone's safe. The heroes are released from Queen's grip, and Susie goes over to Noelle and compliments the reindeer on her bravery for actually standing up for herself. And Queen appears in her regular form and not in her robot, and gives goodbye messages to Chris, Susie, Noelle, and is like, doesn't remember Berdley's name to this frickin' day. But then Rousey's like, you don't have to say goodbye, Queen. You could stay in Castletown and visit Noelle anytime you want. So then she quickly cancels the tender goodbye and goes to pack up her stuff to go to Castletown. So, everyone is all together laughing at Susie because Noelle talks about, her lying thing where her tail moves when she's lying. And because she can't win, she pushes Chris towards the fountain to seal it. And everyone wakes back up in the computer lab. Bradley and Noelle, they're shocked. They wake up shocked, like, wow, that was a really weird, surreal dream. And the two notice Chris and Susie, and they're like, why are you guys here? And Susie's like, well, Noelle invited us to study together. And then Bradley's alarm goes off. And he's like, oh my gosh, it's this late already? We have things to do. And he realized that he has to go to his job for Miss Boom. So he runs off, and Noelle is about to leave too, but then she stops to then stare to see if she can see if Susie has a tail. Susie snaps her neck around and goes, what? And asks what Noelle is doing. Noelle goes, nothing, and leaves out the room. And Susie decides to tag along with Chris on their way back home. The two stop by the school and go to the supply closet and release all the cyber world inhabitants into Castletown. All the residents are getting along with each other, new and old, being silly and funny. And Lancer is back to normal. And Queen is getting her own room built in Rousey's castle. And she's making a lot of plans, mind you. Lots of plans. And after Chris and Susie interact with everyone, they say goodbye to Rousey. and they head back to the light world for the night. So Susie walks to Chris's house and goes to leave and says, "I'll see you tomorrow." Well, Toriel, at that moment, opens the door. And she goes, "Oh, are you Chris's friend?" "What do you mean, naked Rouse? Rouse is not naked. Rouse's right here. This is just an outfit. There's no naked Rouse." "Oh, you're talking about the freaking dummy." "It's a dummy. It's fine." But she invites Susie inside, but she feels kind of awkward about it. But when Toriel talks about making pie, Susie's like, "Oh, sure." So Susie walks in, is looking around completely mesmerized by this place. And Toriel introduces herself, and Susie does as well. No, it is a training dummy. That is what it is called. And Toriel mentions that, oh, she knows Susie because Alphys talks about her all the time, which is very funny. Yes. So, Susie goes to wash her hands because she's gonna help Toriel make some pie. And Toriel is going to teach her how to make said pie. And she goes up to her child and is like, "What the frick happened here?" Tells them. What the frick was that? Tells them. She tells Chris how happy she is that Chris actually has a friend. And she only hopes that Chris does not pick up Susie's chalk eating habits. Obviously, it's a joke. I don't know, I have no idea. So Susie returns after washing her hands, so Chris goes into the bathroom to wash their hands. And guess what happens? This thing will let me. Holy frick, there we go. So Chris goes into the bathroom and turns on the sink. And turns it up really loud so you cannot hear what's going on. They rip out the sole again and throw it into the sink cabinet and close the doors. They then wander over to the window, open it, and then crawl outside. And then after a while, they come back in, close the window, and then put the sole back inside their body and go back into the living room. So, while the pie is cooking, Toriel offers Susie to for sleepover for the night. And Susie's like, oh, okay, sure. So, her and Chris go to watch TV. And they both end up falling asleep. And Toriel, at some point, calls the police. Because she's reporting that she saw someone outside the house. And when she went outside to investigate, she found that her car tires were completely slashed. And Officer Undying was going to be heading over to their house very soon. So, Toriel sits down in her chair and is reading until she eventually falls asleep. Chris wakes up, moves to the middle of the frickin' living room, rips out the sole, puts it in their pocket, turns on the TV, and then slashes a knife into the floor of the living room. And dark smoke starts popping up everywhere. They then open the front door, then shove the sole back in, and they sit down on the couch and fall back asleep. And the whole room is covered in smoke. So, the last thing, we're gonna speed run the weird route. Alright? The weird route, which is the thing I do not like. So everything through chapter 2 is the same. Until Chris is separated from Rouse and Susie. Chris has Noelle freeze every single enemy. And then they go to the first mice puzzle. Noelle talks about how she is afraid of mice, but Chris keeps walking ahead. And she's like, Chris, you're not gonna leave me behind, are you? And in response, the player tells Noelle to proceed. And they do this over and over until Noelle pushes through the mice puzzle and makes it to the other side. They get to the shopping district and they stop by the salesperson. And the salesman offers dating shoes. And Noelle's like, oh, we're not dating, we're friends. The player says that there's something else. The two of them go to leave when the salesperson offers a freeze ring instead of dating shoes. And Noelle's like, no, we don't need that either. But then her mind starts to change when she's told that it's going to make her stronger. Chris orders Noelle to get the ring, but Noelle's like, I don't have any money. We don't have the money for this. And then she realizes that the player wants her to take it. Yeah, it's freaking creepy. Oh, chapter 4 creeps me the frick out with the weird route. Anyway. And she's like, no, I don't want to do that. And the player keeps pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing until the screen goes white. And the salesperson is gone, and Noelle has the ring. Noelle is like, what happened? And she's like, oh, the salesperson must have gave us the ring. They keep going through battles and freezing every single enemy. And eventually, once all the enemies are frozen, they come across a dumpster. And a voice inside the dumpster is like, hey, I can sell you the thorn ring. So the player buys the ring and gives it to Noelle. And then they make it to another mice puzzle. Wow, hello, you two. You guys are here for the weird route. We're getting through it. And Noelle looks to Chris to solve this next mice puzzle. Well, the player moves closer and closer and closer to Noelle, and she's telling her to proceed. And she's like, but there's a laser there. What am I supposed to do? We're playing hopscotch for 3 hours? Wow, that must be some intense hopscotch. And she tells the player to, like, stop. And then she touches the laser, and everything goes white again. And Noelle has somehow completely frozen the puzzle. And she thinks to herself, it's gotta be easier just to follow what Chris is saying to become stronger. And Noelle's mind and memory keeps getting fuzzy every time she goes into combat. She doesn't remember what happens. And she's like, oh, this is just a byproduct of becoming stronger, right? So, they keep freezing enemies until they come across Birdly. Noelle at first doesn't recognize Birdly, but just as, oh look, it's another enemy, I just need to freeze them, right? But when she hears Birdly's voice, Noelle wakes up from her completely hazed state. Same person on 2 accounts. Maybe. So, Birdly asks, hey Noelle, are you okay? Because she looks tired. And she's like, oh, Chris is just making me stronger. And when Birdly asks Chris, hey, what's going on? The player tells her to proceed. And because Birdly's determined to save Noelle, he brings out his axe and starts a battle. Noelle tells Nerdly. How did I get Nerdly instead of Birdly? Holy frick. Tells Birdly to run, but the combat begins. And the player tells Noelle to use her Snowgrave spell. Noelle's like, I don't know that spell. But the player keeps pushing her, and pushing her, and pushing her, and pushing her, until finally she's like, fine, I will cast a spell I don't know. And she casts it. Her eyes become white, and she turns Birdly, into a frozen diamond. Noelle wakes up and she's completely like, what happened? Where's Birdley? And she doesn't feel good, so she wanders off by herself. And then the player goes into a manhole and climbs out, which ends up in front of Queen's mansion. Kidding, this is all in here for a while. So Susie and Rousey meet Chris at the entrance, and they're like, oh, there you are, Chris. They enter the mansion, and Rule's card is blocking the cafe. So all the butlers, around the mansion are locked inside the cafe because of Rule's card blocking the door. And Queen is nowhere to be found. And a residence inside the mansion is like, oh, some new entity has taken over the mansion. So all the enemy encounters that you get in the regular route is replaced with Spamton themed attacks. The paintings are Spamton. Everything is Spamton themed. And you go to the basement where you would find Spamton Neo normally. And the plot hole here, why didn't we hit Birdley? Because that is weird. And the group finds that basement door is locked. And a voice on the other side recognizes, oh, it's Chris. Hey, thanks for you and Noelle's help for me being able to get to this position. And he now has complete, absolute control of Queen's mansion. He is getting a new body soon, and he's gonna rule all over Cyberworld. And he just hopes no one steals the Dark Fountain to take away his newfound fame. Climbing up to where the third floor, where Noelle's room is, Susie's like, oh, there's Noelle's room. And she goes in to save Noelle. And Rousey's like, hey, Chris, let's imagine what Susie's doing, but Chris is not interested. Susie comes out of the room seconds later and shuts the door. Rousey's like, what happened? And Susie's just like, oh, Noelle, I told Noelle that this world was a dream and it made Noelle feel better. That's about it. Rousey's like, is there nothing else? Susie's like, nope, let's move on. And then they move on. They go, the heroes find Queen, and she does her, explanation of the Dark Fountains, like I explained earlier. But her problem is Noelle is in no condition to make a new fountain, and Birdley is nowhere to be found. So she asks Chris or Susie to be the next knight for her to make a fountain, and they're like, Susie's like, no. So Queen runs inside her giant robot to start a fight, but Rousey then explains the roaring, which I explained earlier. Queen is shocked by this, and then she's like, I don't want to fight. So then she puts her robot away and realizes, oh, the fountain's not gonna make Noelle happy, so she leaves the Dark Fountain to Chris to seal up. Susie tells Queen, oh, you can meet Noelle again if you come to Castletown with them, so she's like, oh, okay. So Susie goes to check on Noelle one more time while Rousey is talking with Queen about Castletown. So Chris moves on to go seal the fountain alone. Well, they get hit, and it's Spamton Neo who thanks Chris, thank you for your help, Chris, but he's angry that Chris is trying to take away his powers now. The two enter into a battle, but after Spamton's health gets really low, Chris just can't make the kill because his defense is so high. So, the player calls for help. Rousey and Susie don't respond when the player calls them, but when the player mutters Noelle's name, the robot laughs and is like, haha, you're trying to use her again. But then he feels a cold chill on his shoulder, and then the screen goes black. And then everyone is back in the library. Birdley is not responding to anything. His alarm goes off and he doesn't wake up. Noelle is like, oh, hi, Susie. And Susie's like, oh, hey, how'd you sleep? I had a nightmare. And Noelle tries to wake up Birdley, but he's like not reacting at all. So she's like, oh, he must be tired from overstudying. I'll let him sleep a little longer. She says goodbye to Chris and Susie, and then leaves to go see her father. And Susie is like, I don't feel like we saved the world. And that maybe Noelle, thinking that that dark world was a dream, maybe was for the best, if she thought it was a nightmare. And then the two of them go to the hospital to go see Noelle. And Noelle, you get to see Noelle talk with her dad, and they're playing a game. And in this game, she is using a lot of ice attacks on an ice enemy, and the dad's like, oh, that's very funny of you to do so. Hey, do you want me to try? And she is very defensive over handing control over her to her dad, and she wants to try to do it herself. Once Rudy sees Chris and Susie, he's like, hey, I want to talk to Susie for a little bit. So Chris and Noelle leave the room. Noelle is thinking to her thought. So the player can see Noelle's thoughts, and she's like, Chris is acting strange, they're acting unusual. And that the voice that it was talking to her in her dream didn't sound like Chris. And then the player says, I came to the hospital to see you. And she goes, oh, Chris, what are you doing here? I didn't know you were standing there. And is very weirded out. So then she goes back into the hospital room because she realizes that her dad is talking about all of her likes to Susie. So she runs inside in embarrassment. And then everything plays the same as it does in the normal route. Susie comes over to Chris's house, spends the night, and Chris makes a dark fountain. So that's chapter 2. Alright. Could the redhead band Chris used to wear be Rousey since both have red horns? I don't know, I haven't played since chapter years ago. That is a possibility. Is something the soul essentially starts, not Chris. Correct. The soul does it. By the way, Chris has red eyes, so they have bonus points when it comes down to being creepy. Yeah. But yes, it specifically said that where's Small Run? There you go. Specifically, it is said that Noelle specifically says, I'm just gonna get rid of this for my sanity's sake. Noelle specifically says in the weird route of chapter 2 that the voice is not Chris. It sounds like a different voice. She doesn't know what this voice is, but it's not Chris. And she's very... You'll get to see when we get to chapter 4 how weird it gets. Burley versus the Roaring Knight. Ugh. I think I hate the Roaring Knight more because I can't win. I will win one day against that Roaring Knight. When is the Snowgrave playthrough? I don't want to. The chapter 4 one makes me feel so uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable from that. Are becoming increasingly detailed in explanations of the game. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You don't like Tenna? I can see what you mean. It feels a little off the thing, so this is the end, and tomorrow we have the continuation. Yes. So what is primary industry for Chris's hometown? I don't really know. Yelling Knight, Sakali. Little is said about it, but Ren's PowerPoint presentations designs are becoming increasingly detailed in their explanations of the game. Thank you. You're welcome. Just like the... I'll never do Snowgrave. I can. It makes me so uncomfortable. I'm gonna be very honest. Chapter 4's one makes me so uncomfortable. I have never felt so uncomfortable with it. It's so weird. And I'm like, no. Like, it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. That's why a lot of people don't play it. Obviously, we'll get into it tomorrow. So, yeah. I haven't played chapter 4, oh no. Well, like I said, tomorrow we'll talk about chapter 3 and 4, and I'll explain what goes on there, because I'm just gonna say, it freaking weirds me out, man. It really does. Alright, so tomorrow, chapter 3 and 4. I'm gonna rest my voice, so thank you guys for watching the stream, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!